Hello, everybody. We're back. We're Awakened Pixels. Welcome to the stream. This is episode 8, maybe, of our delightful old school RPG, TTRPG. Let's go ahead. Well, no, it's been a while since I've done this. These are my amazing players. Say hello, amazing players.
Hi.
And we're joined by Cindy. She's back. You might remember her as Micah from Tales from Minery Village. Cindy, thank you so much for joining us today. Very
Thanks for
excited to have
having
your
me.
character.
I've been really busy, so sorry if I'm not caught up.
Oh, wait, you haven't caught up? Exit, you're done. No.
Oh god.
Leave now!
Bye,
How
guys.
dare you
No,
not
it's
know
fine.
the
I have
extensive
to go
canon?
listen to 20 plus hours of.
Fortunately for you and for anybody only just joining us, this show is very fast and loose. It is very serialized. If you haven't been keeping up this entire time, it's okay. But just to give a very quick overview, everybody is playing Awakened NPCs in a very old, buggy fantasy video game. They're collecting the elemental orbs for reasons and fighting back against the Maya, which threatens to change everything and shift between genres and dimensions. So, without further ado, let's dive in to the classic place where we always start, the blasted wastelands, known as the Blightlands, where the armies of chaos are assembling. At the base of the mighty Doomhold, there is a raucous din, because the vast armies of chaos have assembled. The frame rate stutters as countless hordes of evil beings converge in front of a massive stage, upon which some sort of large device is concealed by a curtain. Tinsel stands in an archway off to the side of the stage, bound by massive chains that scrape against his heavy plate armor. Behind him, with their hands and feet shackled to the wall, are a company of gnomes and a badger. One of the gnomes shout whispers to their large friend, Tinsel! Tinsel! The massive ex-enforcer for the forces of chaos slowly looks towards the gnomes with a creak of his helmet, still groggy from the circumstances that brought him here. He smiles, though nobody can see it, under his large bucket helm. Just two small beady eyes shining in what little light there is to be found in the Blightlands. He says, "Don't worry, my little friends. Not like I haven't died before." Suddenly, Tinsel's chains are dragged by a large armor-plated ogre, a chaos captain marked by a large scar across her face, a parting gift from the willful Princess Bane, leads the ogre and Tinsel onto the stage. A tidal wave of booze begins to wash over them as Tinsel is welcomed home. Out of nowhere, the vile lord appears and is met with a roar of cheer as he steps onto the stage, donned in a brand new lavish outfit consisting of mirror-like armor and a long flowing cape, his long and luxurious hair billowing from the back of an ornate helmet. He soaks up the praise for a few minutes before raising a hand for silence. "My forces of chaos! Today shall be marked as a turning point in the history of Phantasria. As you can probably tell, I have been working hard in the spawning pits, growing our armies. But quality, it seems, is not enough. Indeed, there is a disturbingly high percentage of you who are expressing doubts, with some going as far as to betray me outright. Doubtless by now you have already heard the rumors that our very own Wicked Witch, one of my closest and most trusted lieutenants, has turned against me and fled. Well, speculate no longer, my forces of chaos, for I am here to confirm that, yes, this is true. And not just the Wicked Witch, but many of my soldiers, from the lowliest grunt to my very own enforcer, have decided to betray me. You might think this is unusual of me to admit to such fractures in my organization so openly. So let me be crystal clear." The Vile Lord snaps his fingers, and the device on the stage is immediately revealed as the curtain shrouding it falls to the ground. "I will not tolerate dissent. I will not tolerate sedition. I will not tolerate betrayal." The scarred captain motions towards the ogre, who starts hauling a confused Tinsel into the massive machine. I will not tolerate failure. I will not tolerate cowardice. I will not be second-guessed. Those who demonstrate anything but the fiercest loyalty will be introduced to this rather wonderful new device that I have procured. There is a sudden disturbance from the audience as various members of the Forces of Chaos are grabbed and hauled onto the stage. Soon, there is a large line of soldiers, casters, monsters, and mini-bosses all writhing in protest as they are restrained by those most loyal to the Vile Lord. You see, there exists a certain gotcha game where you can capture various little critters until you have them all. Naturally, there are going to be times where you capture a lot of the same creature on your journey, and it would be unreasonable to expect you to care for such creatures when they serve no purpose. The Vile Lord walks over to the device that Tinsel is now strapped in. The gnomes, who are still chained up to the wall, crane their necks to see what fate is befalling their friend. What's happening? I can't see. They've got him hooked up to something. Tinsel! In solving this issue, well, this is where this wonderful device comes into play. Why, you certainly can't have such creatures wasting space. So, why not put them to better use? Why not make them useful? Tinsel's little beady eyes look not to the Vile Lord in this moment, but off to the side of the stage, where the gnomes are chained up. Through all the clamour, he thinks only of them. He smiles, though no one can see it, under his large bucket helm. The Vile Lord flips a switch. A flash of pink energy bursts from the device, surging with power as the audience looks on with a mix of awe and horror. The shadows cast upon the Vile Lord's face are accentuated as his lips curl into a wicked smile. With a burst of power and a chirpy ding, the device completes its function. The Vile Lord leans down and picks up something off the ground. In his hand, which he raises to the sky, there is a large, glowing piece of pinstriped candy, the last remains of Tinsel. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, know this. Fail to serve me, and this will happen to you. The disloyal will be punished, and the loyal, at this point he turns to the scarred captain, will be rewarded, and he holds out the candy. He looks expectantly at the captain. Although slightly shaken by what she just saw, any hesitation is quickly brought to the end. She grabs it from his hand and eats it. Immediately, she surges with immense power, the power that Tinsel once possessed, now distilled and transferred into a much more loyal soldier. Her muscles grow. Her maximum hit points tick up at a furious pace. You can see that there is a second blade that appears at her side, bathed in purple flames. And her hair grows out and expands into a new absurd style, and her eyes glow with a new power. A flanging effect is heard in her voice when she says, "Tastes like honey." The gnomes, off to the side, cry out in anguish. Cries that are drowned out as the Vile Lord commands the candification of the rest of his disloyal troops. Flashes of pink burst non-stop as the assembled army cheers with barbaric glee at the horrific sight before them. The Vile Lord gazes out over his army and proclaims, "It's time to get this game back on track." Meanwhile, elsewhere, far, far away from this place, Stoobs and Rosalind are heroes who raise themselves up from almost nothing, who have now been across the various continents of Phantasria, earning the status of heroes that they do not want to have, are currently hurtling through a Nexus teleportation device that was located in one of the ancient temples found in the volcano known as Titan's Breath. As you are hurtling through this teleportation sort of tunnel, you can see various bits of the game, sort of landscapes and sort of peeks behind the code here and there, flashes of light, strange vocalizations that seem to mix and not make much sense to your minds, and then suddenly, boom, you appear in a place much, much colder than the warm place that you just left. And there is a crackling energy that continues to circle around this teleportation circle that you're currently standing on. And you can see you're in this big dark room, and the energy below you does not seem to be dissipating. It seems to be growing and crackling and getting stronger and stronger. And then suddenly you feel a great surge of power as the very fabric of your reality is torn open, and you see a pair of fingers pry into it and slowly pull apart the rift bleed forming in front of you. Cindy, could you please roll forceful for your character?
Sure. Also, damn, Pokemon has gotten brutal since I've last played it, huh?
It was always brutal, Cindy.
Okay, wait, no. That was Pokemon Go. I played that. They gave you the candy in return for the Pokemon. They did not turn the Pokemon into candy.
No.
The
Where did the
professor
candy
was
come
taking
from?
care of
Where did
them.
the candy come from? What is an Eevee candy? What is it made out
It
of?
was trade. Like people trade money.
Yeah, but like
was an animal
you give them
trade,
an
it's
Eevee,
arguably
right?
not
And
a
then like they
thing.
return it like instantly. Like
Let's get that roll, Cindy.
Murder your Charmander.
Alright, you can see that the rift bleed in front of you is torn open, and before you, you see a silhouette. Somebody with sort of shoulder-length hair, which is billowing in the static that is forming before you, and looking at the sight before you, I guess, Cindy's character, what is the very first thing you say when you see that you have found exactly what you've been searching for all this time?
you two are in so much trouble right now. You are coming home with me immediately, and you are grounded.
Stepping through the portal, you can see that the lady who once adopted you in a land known as the Shims has hunted you down across who knows how many dimensions and has come ready to reclaim you and bring you back home. And with that, the rift bleed snaps close and disappears in a burst of light.
We threw you out of the car.
Yes, you did, and I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Oh.
So, we're gonna go home right now, and we're gonna have a long discussion about why this behavior isn't tolerable in this house. Now, come on.
Hold on, the dog needs a walk.
I look at her in my human form like,
I just look back at you like, what do we do? What do we do?
let's slow down for a second and just say, hi, I'm Stoops. This is Rosalind. It's nice to see that you can talk now. Let's back up a few paces here and just go over. Why are you here?
Obviously, I'm here to bring you back home. You two should not be out without parental supervision. Who knows what could have happened? You could have been kidnapped or drowned in a pool without a ladder.
Does that happen a lot?
Happens more than you think. Do you remember the Joneses next door?
No.
Mm-mm.
That
Treasure.
exactly.
You can see, Stacy, that this room that you find yourself in, you didn't really pay too much attention to it at first because you had finally found your adoptive child and your adoptive dog. Now, looking around, you can see that you're in this sort of icy cavern. There are various pillars around with a strange runic language, but just behind these two, there is a massive circular pit in the ground, out of which there is a ice titan that is hunched over and lying down dead. Two massive heads with their jaws wide open, sort of drooling this icy ectoplasmic energy onto the ground. This does not look like a safe place to be at all.
So,
Loot! Hold on, we gotta see if there's loot!
That's true. Okay, I go to loot.
Okay. You immediately turn around from your shim mother and go to loot the Ice Titan. And in doing so, it is revealed that it has nothing left on it. It has already been fully looted. You do
Someone's in
see
here.
that there is a massive glowing crystal in this room, however, kind of embedded into one of the walls.
Okay, that looks
Well,
important.
That looks really important. But we also have someone who thinks they're our mom here, and I feel like we need to handle that before we go climb a cave.
That's true. That's very true.
Oh, okay, what do we do? I mean, when I found out my parents weren't real, it was kind of very crushing. She only knew us for a day, but she really believes that we're her family.
I know, it's like, that's a very sudden adoption process, and there were like no papers at all.
No, she just grabbed us and put us in the house.
Yeah, it was kind of just like, she found us, she watched us, she was like, you're here now, okay. So maybe we should cover that first. Maybe like let's just get on the same page here. Excuse me, Miss,
You can call. What do you mean, miss? I'm still your mother. You can call me mom.
Do you have adoption papers proving this?
And she's just like, she blinks. Adoption papers.
do you know where
Well-
you are right now?
You can see that above Stacy's head there is a glowing crystal that's just kind of spinning around as though she's trying to think about something.
She's just like, well, I don't know who told you this, but yes, you two are adopted. Now, you come home with me. I guess I can show you the adoption papers, and we can look for your biological parents together. Okay? I know this is hard for you, and maybe this is why you're acting out. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier.
You don't understand. My real parents aren't real, so we can't find them since they stopped existing like my island did because I'm from a different world.
Again, do you know where you are right now?
You know that you're not in the Shim world anymore. I think that's what it's called.
Must be a new mod.
No, this is a different game entirely. This is Phantasria.
This is our home game?
She's just gonna look at you like, well, you two have such wonderful imaginations, and I'm very happy for you.
I'm
But I
also
think
a
it's
grown
time
up.
for a nap.
We can't nap. We have to save the world from the mire.
Okay. She's gonna the thing spins for a little bit. Okay, maybe I've been a bit too harsh on you. How about we go find the mire or stop whatever and play your little game for a little bit, and then we can come back for dinner and then have a nice sit down and talk. How does that sound? Okay?
I have a question. Are
Yes.
you aware that I am not a dog currently?
Oh yes, absolutely. But you look so cute in that corgi costume.
Turn to Rosalind. She's like awakened, but she's not awakened. So it's like, I mean, it's nice that she's talking, but I don't think we're gonna be able to get through to her. So I think we just need to play along, and maybe eventually we can find a way to get her back. Because I'm assuming that the Mire Rift has closed.
Oh
at
yes.
This point.
It looked like a lot of determination was required to open up that rift bleed, and the universe is quick to seal it close again.
Stoops, I understand that, but also I have a lot of trauma dealing with like family and everything, and I thought I resolved it when I just said, you're my new family, and that's solved, but now there's some lady trying to be my mom, and that's like a whole nother thing because my mom isn't real, and I don't really know how to handle that fully.
That's understandable. That's a very good point. I'm gonna turn back to Stacy.
One thing you notice, Stoobs, is that at the very least, Stacy has a strong command of walking, which few people you've met so far have.
That's true.
Like a pro.
All right, Miss Mom from the Shroom's world. So we have a fundamental misunderstanding here. For one thing, Rosalind is an adult. And therefore has the legal capacity to take care of herself and does not require adoption.
Although I was given a childish personality by the game designers, which is weird.
Yeah, I think that's just a fantasy trope in general, and we just kind of...
Yeah, trope's a little weird, but let's not get into that. Just...
Yeah, let's just ignore that for right now. Let's focus on the issue at hand, which is, I don't think legally you could adopt us, ma'am.
Mom. And and she's just like waving it off. I don't know who taught you all of this, but maybe later tonight, after, and we all sit down for dinner, I will cook your favorite, and then she'll. I don't know. Do you actually have a favorite? What is Snoop's favorite food?
Bacon.
Bacon. Okay, that's fair. I think she'll just know this for some reason, because moms just have this intuition. So
She's looked at your character cards.
I'll make you your favorite bacon, and we can go over this together, okay? This is just no place for a child. Is that thing dead or just sleeping?
Oh, it's super dead. There's
It's
no
super
loot, though.
dead, yeah.
Okay, well then. Full of diseases. Very bad for children.
So can you fight? Because a lot of times I just like pull out a sword and a bomb. A lot of times you're gonna have to kill things.
Who gave you a sword? I certainly didn't give you a sword.
And a bomb.
Princess.
What?
Yeah,
who
it's
is
just
this?
a lit stick of TNT.
Yes.
Who is this princess? I need to speak with them right away.
Well, they're busy like getting an army or something, so you know they have to do that rather than speak to an adopted mom. Okay, you know what? The point is, can you use weapons?
her thing will spin. I know enough, much more than you, to protect you, children. If you're worried, I will protect you. Don't worry, mommy's here now.
Oh, that just feels wrong.
It does really feel wrong.
No, it's
Sorry.
perfect.
So good, Cindy. Your plan is so good.
I didn't think I would have to say that until I'm like 30 minimum.
You're killing it. You're like, it's so funny.
I hate it so much.
You can see the large crystal that is stuck in the wall. It starts to shimmer with arcane light. Just a.
Okay, so that aside, listen, you're here on this quest with us, whether you want to be or not. We're gonna have to deal with the whole "you think you're our mother now" issue a little later. Just be aware that we don't know what will happen to you if you die in this realm.
Oh, of course. Don't worry, honey. I think in the back of my mind, she's just like, oh, kids in their imagination. I'm in dangerous peril. No.
As if I don't have a will already made out.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go see what that giant shiny thing is. And then I'm gonna try to make a flower ladder with vines so I can climb up and see what the shiny orb thing is.
Okay. Yeah, easily done. You kind of move over to where this sort of mirror-like crystal is inlaid into the wall, and you kind of scoot up to it as best you can. And when you come into physical contact with it, you can see that a sort of ghostly, ethereal image of none other than the Wicked Witch appears in front of it. And she sort of looks around at this place and then looks to see you, Rosalind, and goes, "Ah, good. You made it to the Glacier Temple. This is somewhat auspicious. Hold on. Where is Grandus? Where is my
He opened a
assassin?
tea shop!
What?
Uh-huh.
He was with you for less than a day.
Uh-huh.
And he has opened a tea shop.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's just splendid, isn't it? Maya really throwing
He's
all the
really
wrenches
nice.
it can. Yes, yes, well. Let's focus on the task at hand. I have been speaking with the scientist, and we have.
Ooh, how's that going?
In truth, it's incredibly awkward, and I don't know what to say. Anyway,
Oh. Why is this so awkward? What's your guys' background? I want to know all the details.
we attended the same university, she and I, long ago,
Ooh.
in Oasis. It's a place where we went to, well, I was there refining my new power that I came into, and she was, of course, learning the sciences. And we met, we bonded, and then we drifted apart, as it happens.
Well, do you want to stay drifted apart, or do you want to stay less drifted apart?
If I'm being perfectly candid, so much is changing recently that I don't entirely know how to process or feel about such things. All I know that is if we don't stop the Maya, everything will be lost. So, that is what I'm devoting my entirety of my being to at the moment.
That's fair.
Now, unless we want to talk more about my personal life,
Always!
we can get down to business. The reason you are here is because there is a vehicle that the two of you can use to travel across Phantasria. The only problem being that, well, it isn't exactly fleshed out. With the ship missing and the airship destroyed, you're going to have to go deep into the dark pits of the Glacier Temple and find this vehicle. Do you think you'll be able to accomplish this?
Is it in a cave or is it in ice? Because that's going to make a difference whether I can accomplish this or not.
I do not know, but you'll have to be prepared for anything. This is an area that the players have not cleared out. It might be very dangerous.
Oh, okay, if they haven't cleared it out, it's probably not a cave. They really like caves for some reason, so we're probably good.
Certainly. Just, it is imperative that you go down as far as you can and find this vehicle. And once you do, you should be able to get more free reign over Phantasria and hopefully respond to threats of the Maya and the collection of the orbs as quickly as possible. I believe that they are the key to stopping the Maya. They contain story and gameplay significance that I believe we can exploit to use to our advantage.
Does it blow stuff up too? Or is it just fast?
I do not know the specifics, but I can tell you this. It's going to require something from the both of you that you have not had the chance to exhibit yet. In all honesty, I'm not entirely sure if, and then she's cut off. And you can see that the sort of massive crystal that was projecting this image of her suddenly turns into a beautiful vanity with like big light bulbs around it, and the stone walls that were encased with ice suddenly get some lovely wallpaper over it, and you can see that Stacy is off to the side just gently remodeling things as she is here.
What? What are you? Ah!
And she's just like scrolling through. Oh, sorry, don't mind me. Did I accidentally cut off your chat with your nanny? It's okay. I'll call her back later. Don't
You
worry
see
about
that
it.
Stacy has this big kind of holographic catalog in front of her that she's kind of
You
like
can
looking
just-
through.
Whoa, are you a builder too? Can you just make things?
Oh no, I just purchased things.
You just
toilet's
you hear
on sale.
occasional ka-ching.
And
Wait,
this toilet,
Are you
like,
rich?
the toilet just like appears and like rotates like 3 or 4 times, and then psh, there.
You know what, Stoops? It might not be a bad idea to just let her be our mom. She seems to have a lot of money.
That's a very specific relationship that
We
Oh,
don't have
dear.
one.
From mommy to sugar mama. Hey.
Yeah.
Thomas, please don't kick me out of the game.
I don't think you
It's been
realize
half an
the
hour.
context of that, Rosalind.
Woo! Oh god, sorry. Oh god, I love this. Alright.
So, I
some advantages, but I don't know how much effect she's gonna have in this world. Other than the, like, she did kind of just alter reality.
She did just alter reality. We could just go up to the evil man's lair and change it into a pretty castle.
We could
That
just
sounds
wallpaper
really funny.
over
We
all
should
of his
totally
exits.
redecorate his house.
Ooh. Have you two found a new place to live?
Yes.
Yeah.
We
Well
have
then.
plans.
I've been actually meaning to move out.
And
I think you're gonna like the new place. But first we have to go to a scary place and find a new car.
Okay. Well, that sounds good to me. I just hope the HOA isn't, big pain in the ass. Excuse my language.
I don't think the HOA is going to be a problem where we're going.
Oh no, HOA fees? Well then. Sounds like a good neighborhood after all. So where's this car? And hopefully you don't push mommy out of it this time. It really hurt mommy's feelings is all.
I'm really sorry.
As long as you're sorry.
To be fair, I didn't actually mean to push you out of the car. I was trying to just get you into the back seat so I could drive. But
You can drive?
yes.
Oh, okay.
At first I
I
was
say
driving.
in my gangly, full grown woman form.
But then we realized that I should never be in charge of steering again, so Stoops took over.
Well, that is very good delegation of tasks. I feel like you'll be a good leader when you grow up.
Yeah! Also, we should go now. And I just point to the direction.
Oh, okay. She'll like close the catalog. It's like a book.
You can just do that wherever?
Oh, yes. Although I haven't been at my job in a while since I've been looking for you, so funds are a bit limited right now. Hopefully this house isn't too expensive.
I look over at Stoops like, maybe not then.
It slowly dawns on you that with money, this might be the most powerful entity in the universe you've ever met. Unfortunately, she seems to be very low on funds.
Wait, we have a bag of money. Does it transfer over?
The conversion does not seem to be supported by Phantasria's feeble
yeah.
engine.
GP to what's in the shims? Somalians? I don't know.
Shimoleans.
Shimoleans.
Yeah. But I mean, all she has to do is learn the cheat codes. Once she learns Motherload, then...
Motherload.
Yeah.
I got you.
So all we need to do is teach her how to hack her own game
Exactly.
that she has no idea that she's in.
Exactly. It's
Yes.
a work in
She's just buying
progress.
furniture. Look, this is just reality. Just imagine Amazon Prime, but like more instant.
That would be terrifying.
really, really scary. You are literally so broken in this world.
Again, limited funds. The wallpaper's like already peeling from the walls because it's the cheap shit.
Oh. Well.
Also, it leaves behind a little kind of scattering of red electricity as the wallpaper intersects with Phantasria, and the instability goes up a tiny bit.
Oh, maybe this isn't good. Okay. So yeah, moving forward, what are our options? Is there a tunnel? Is it...
It looks like you're in a very large room, clearly a boss room of some kind. It looks like this was some kind of summoning ritual room where the forces of chaos summoned an ice titan that since was obliterated by the Lightsworn heroes. There's a portcullis in here, but it's lowered. It looks like this is how they entered into this place. And you were instructed that you need to go down as much as you can.
Not a cave. It's not a cave. It's not a cave. It's just down.
And the
Just
teleportation
ice.
circle that you entered on appears to be broken after a certain someone's entrance into this place.
Yeah, so it's either we go down or we're trapped in here forever, so...
So we go down, but it's fine. It's not a cave. It's ice. Ice
It's
aren't
just
caves.
ice.
It's just ice.
Caves are rocks. Ice
Caves
is ice.
are rocks, and rocks are terrible. But this isn't a rock. This is the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you think there's gonna be traps in here?
I don't know.
I will take lead
Okay.
and kind of look for traps.
Okay, make a careful roll.
Ooh.
Because if they haven't cleared out this dungeon, we might run into more classic dungeony stuff than
Mhm.
we have in the past. Ooh, that's a 4.
Okay. You very quickly get to work using your heightened sort of werewolf senses. You sniff around, you look around, you kind of turn this room over. You find a ornate chest that has been completely emptied of its contents. Whatever legendary relics lay in here have since been claimed. You can see through the portcullis there are various corpses of beasties and ice monsters, and sort of a network of tunnels. It looks like this is the final chamber of a dungeon. And with a 4, you can see that the only way to really get down is to go through where the Ice Titan currently lies. You or someone else is going to have to hack away at this corpse to access the tunnel that it is kind of sticking out of currently.
Blow it up! Blow it up! Shoom!
Enclosed space.
Alright.
Last time we did that.
It collapsed.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I have a sword. I could just slash it.
Okay, yeah, let's see how that goes.
You're not a bomb, but you are pretty okay. And I was given it by the princess, so I like you decently. Let's try that. Did I roll forceful?
No need. Given enough time, you are able to hack your way through the remains of this Ice Titan. It is really more a matter of just slashing it again and again until it stops flashing and just bursts into nothingness. And soon you can see this massive titanic corpse disappears, leaving behind this massive dark abyss that it was slowly crawling out of before it was slain.
Oh, this is not gonna be good.
Oh.
That's a lot of fall damage.
I could try to make a big vine rope and we could just slide down gently.
Wait, we're going down this?
Yes.
Just gonna look down. Not safe for children. This place is not childproof at all, I must say. Hope this
It's not
castle of
even
yours is a bit
adult
better.
proofed. OSHA, this is an OSHA nightmare.
It's gonna be totally okay. You don't have to worry. What kind of job does you have in your world?
That's a great question.
It's been so long.
She's gonna look and she's like, well, if you must know, Molly makes quite a bit of money selling textbooks and kitchen knives, and it's basically an MLM.
Wait, what's an MLM?
Have you heard of the pyramid scheme?
Those
Oh, like
schemes.
Lululemon. Or like,
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Lululemon.
yeah,
Oh yeah, like
yeah.
Lululemon. There you go.
Or you know how like people will keep inviting you to Facebook groups for like beauty products, and you're like, I don't want to buy them. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're just like, come
Yeah,
on, try it.
okay, and
Yeah.
Tupperware sales.
Yeah. So she just goes through like all of them. You can say that Mommy's a bit of a successful business owner, her own boss, you might say.
That's really nice. She's not prepared for this. I don't know.
No, she's not. Let me try something here real quick. I would like to just grab, like, is there a rock or something? I want to drop it down the hole, and I want to try to do the math to figure out, like,
You don't hear it.
shit.
And
I
can
believe we have found a bottomless pit, quite literally.
Cool.
So, So yes, the vine or man, we really should have picked up some like specific gear.
Can I buy a bouncy castle?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll cost everything you have, but you can absolutely
Oh.
buy a bouncy castle. You are slowly
that's an
getting
option too.
you're slowly getting a trickle of income from your scheme that you're a part of.
So she's like, well, guess I could make it a bit more fun with a bouncy castle or a trampoline. Do you think that would help?
Okay,
Well, the problem is that there's no bottom.
but right, we have the bouncy castle, right? And then maybe I can make a couple of vines hold it, and we can just have it like an elevator going down.
Okay.
That's true.
Thomas,
Okay.
I thought you were just like, oh god.
Let's try it.
I mean,
Although
that'll work.
What is a bouncy castle? Actually, I've just agreed
Yeah,
without
honestly,
knowing what it is.
we have
A
no
bounce house kind of thing?
idea.
Oh, I mean, you mean in character.
In
right?
game,
In
we wouldn't
character.
know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just functioning on out of world knowledge. So
I know
yeah,
how
we just
RPGs
look at
work.
her blankly and just go, a bouncy castle?
Oh,
But
you mean
you
from like
remember-
Slime Bounce World?
Yeah.
You remember, over next door at the Lees? Oh, maybe you were too young to remember, but they had a lovely bounce house, for their, twin boys, Timmy and Tommy.
Timmy,
remember?
no,
Oh,
Ma'am, we were with you for about a day.
less. I think we were there for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
she's just gonna look at you. It's like, I had talked to you years ago. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
It may seem like just yesterday, but kids grow up so fast.
And dogs, evidently.
Yeah.
And dogs. Or no, it's a toddler that just likes to dress up as a dog.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, apparently. Listen, my biggest question internally as Stoobs is whether or not I can eat chocolate now. So, like.
That's a tough
But
one.
anyway.
I think she's gonna say like, oh, well, you've hated chocolate since you were a kid.
Yeah, because she was a dog and it would kill her. But
Also
now she's a
grapes.
werewolf.
And broccoli.
Garlic.
Broccoli?
Broccoli is poisonous to dogs.
I
Oh,
don't
you
know.
were
I
just a
don't really
picky
eat
eater. Honestly, cover anything in cheese and you would just eat it all up, honey.
Uh-huh. Alright, so let's get that bouncy castle.
Yeah, let's do the bouncy castle. What the fuck is a bouncy castle?
I don't know what a bouncy castle is!
When you purchase the bouncy castle, Stacy, it appears it is this beautiful, big, already inflated, no extra machinery to worry about. This game can't worry about rendering all that stuff. It is huge, it is colorful, it is filled with air, and it plugs into the big hole almost perfectly and just starts.
Fine, hit your butt!
You use your fairy magic to reach out and grasp it with some of your vines, and it slows the descent of this bouncy castle that is now just slowly slumping down into this abyss.
Everyone get that!
Oh, okay. And then Stacey will hop in, but she'll first rapidly like rotate. So she's just like, she just doesn't wear. She's just not wearing shoes anymore because she was wearing heels. But like for some reason, she uses rotate her entire body just to change out of those shoes.
Wait, oh, she has costume change appearance tokens so that she can use them whenever!
That's so weird.
That's so cool.
I feel it.
Changing clothes whenever you want. What?
We had to go through so much effort.
I feel
Oh,
like. Yeah.
it's because you're little kids. Like young children have issues with clothes. You know, the armholes, and the heads are like too big, so it's like pop.
You just hear as this bouncy castle is just slowly sliding down this.
She goes into the bouncy castle.
Yeah, we're in the bouncy castle.
Just jumping up and down, having this conversation.
I hover, so I can't even use it.
Oh,
Now she
sure.
can't use it, so I'm just like, I can barely even walk at this point. So introducing the bouncy castle, I am just sitting, absolutely terrified.
Seeing this, she's just like, oh, don't worry. And then she'll, I think I've seen moms do this before in the park, where like they like hold their toddler by like the two arms, and the toddler's like bounce on the ground just a tiny bit, and she's just like, "Yay!" So I think she's gonna try that with you.
All right, Stoobs, you feel yourself hoisted up by this strange lady, giving you the opportunity to press X to jump.
Am I taller than her?
Up to you. What do
I
you
am
think?
a werewolf.
Canonically, all Sims are the same height, and you got the thing.
I
from
got
the
my,
Sims thing.
my body from the Sims
So you're
world.
just
Shims.
you're likely awkwardly the
Shims.
same height.
Mom, I don't think this is necessary.
I just oblige your mother a little bit. When you were a kid, you just loved the bouncy castle. Actually, no, you hated the bouncy castle as well. I'm thinking of Rosalind. Sorry, dear.
You realize your
It's
mother is
Rosalind.
frighteningly strong. She seems to
She's
have a bunch of
holding up.
parental animations tied to her that put her at total dominance over the two of you when she wants to be.
Yay! This little.
Now, I've read in the book just way long ago that this is very good for leg muscle development. It'll be good when you're trying to learn how to walk, dear.
I'm gonna look at Ross and I'm just like, is she like an elder god or something? Did I just
What?
She just like
Just go with it.
As you continue descending, by the way, you can
Whee!
see that
I'm
everything
bouncing kind of
is
half-hearted. Like,
awkward bouncing in this truly bizarre situation. The light is dimming. There were sort of crystals and magic braziers in the last chamber. In this place, there is nothing, and very quickly, everything goes pitch black.
ooh, I pull out the lantern.
You pull out your lantern that you got back.
We've had since.
Yeah. Sparky's gift to you from the dwarf town of Hamilton. And its glow illuminates this place beautifully. You can see the bright colors of the bouncy castle, and you can see the vines and everything. But the further down you go, the dimmer and dimmer the lantern of yours seems to get. And this has never been a lantern where you've had to worry about, you know, any kind of maintenance or anything. It just does what it's meant to do, as do many things in Phantasria. For the first time ever, you notice there is a oil gauge on the side that is slowly being depleted.
Oh no.
What? Oh no.
Rosalind-
New mechanics. That's
Rosalind,
no
it's
good.
like the hunger meter. I turn it off.
Pitch blackness, once again.
Oh wait, no. Now it's like the cave. I don't like it.
It's okay. Mother's here. Mother? Yeah, mother. Why not? That's a weird.
Yeah,
I never
honestly-
actually said that in real life.
In the darkness, you just feel two arms wrap around both of you.
It's okay. There's nothing in the dark that can hurt you.
No, there really is things
There's
in
a
the dark that
lot.
can hurt me.
There's a lot.
There's so many.
There's an entire
It's okay,
bestiary of
it's okay.
things.
I start listing them like as we're going down.
she,
Like-
she just gets more panicked, and she's just like, "It's okay, it's okay. It's like it's just in a dream, and I really need to talk to your teacher."
No,
but we
but
need-
that one killed one of my friends growing up.
She's gonna be like, "It's okay. I'm your friend is just fine. Is this your imaginary friend?"
No, this is Rowan. They live down the street from me. They're dead now.
And she's gonna think, "I don't think there was a Rowan. There was only Mr. and Mrs. Jones. Bless their hearts, rest in peace, and the Lynns at the back
In
of the house."
peace.
Remember the pool?
Oh, the pool.
Wait, what is a pool?
So, she's gonna tell you about the horrors of a pool, how she'd never get in a pool. Ever.
Hmm.
Even with parental supervision. One day you think you're safe, the next day, poof, ladder's gone, and then you're stuck and then you drown.
Why don't you just get up and leave?
What do you mean?
I mean, how
You can't
big
leave
is
a
the
pool
pool? It
without a
sounds
ladder.
like it sounds like they have sides, right? Can't you just go to the side and pull yourself out?
But there's no ladder, honey.
as you keep descending in this confused, kind of awkward moments, the only real bit of light is a slight green glow coming from the jewel that is above Stacy's head, but that is not enough to illuminate anything. It's just enough to see it in the dark more than anything else. Except there is a moment where you just hear poof, as the bouncy castle is pierced by something, and immediately starts expelling air and starts shooting the rest of you down quite rapidly. And you can see that there is now new light scattered across fog as you seem to emerge from what is a massive tube that leads up into the sky on this bouncy castle that's covered in vines that's now kind of shooting like a flying projectile. You can see before you there is an entire modern town before your eyes. It is shrouded in mist and fog. You can see that there are some lampposts that have dim light that scatters across this place. Otherwise, you look up and you see just clouds and mist all around you. And as the sort of bouncy castle hurtles towards the ground, you can see that there is something very wrong with this place. There is rusted barbed wire that extends sinisterly across the entire town. In big chunks and small chunks, it shoots through and pierces bits of concrete, walls of buildings, cars, seemingly unstopped by anything else here. You can see that there is chain-linked fence that is in places it shouldn't be, blocking off pathways and sort of rendering this entire place maze-like. You can see that there are cracks and stains that cover every surface of everything in this town, as though this place was abandoned to the ravages of time long, long, long ago. But there is no sign of life. There is not so much as a weed that is poking through the ground. And these are the things you notice as your delivery vehicle hurtles into the ground.
Yeah.
How do you all deal with the fact that you are crashing to the ground very rapidly?
I'm distracted by the fact there's no weed, so I want to make a weed to see if I can.
Okay, so as you're hurtling down, feeling the acceleration of the forces on your body, you quickly go to one side and make some plant life. Make a flashy roll, Rosalind. What about the rest of you?
You know that really stupid scene in that one Indiana Jones movie where they're falling from the plane and they have just like the inflatable raft?
I don't remember
And
that one.
supposedly that works. I think it's Temple of Doom. Can I somehow make a parachute out of this is what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
Nice.
that is more... you need to do it very quickly, so go ahead and roll quick.
Okay.
Stacy, are you doing anything in this moment?
I think Katie took my idea, so can I help in any way?
Yes, you can just give her a +2.
All right.
Okay, then that's a total of 4.
Okay,
Hey.
Rosalind, you successfully make a beautiful flower that sprouts from your hand, and it grows. Its petals kind of reach upwards. Its petals bloom, and then immediately it wilts, and it dries up, and it starts dying, and it gets blackened, and just fades into ash in your hands, and scatters into the wind.
Great! I just got a debuff.
And while that's happening,
Oh.
Stoobs, you very quickly try to jury-rig some kind of parachute device out of the materials on hand, and thanks to the help of your mother, who is very quickly kind of there to do whatever you need to get helped out, gesticulating madly as she does so. Very quickly, you kind of create a parachute-like device. It catches some of the air, and it definitely lessens the impact from the ground as you smash into an old, abandoned, rusted car, and you just hear
Bend
it.
your knees.
So you're all going to use that as your defenses against. I'll say this. Okay, so yeah, you were able to create it well enough that a few cuts and bruises here and there, but no loss of health for any of you. And you kind of awaken shattered glass and metal all around you in this bizarre, mist-shrouded town.
Okay. We didn't go through a Riftblade. What?
Well,
Why are there
We did
cars
go
in
to that
Phantasria?
underwater town, right? That was completely about puzzles. Sometimes I
Right.
feel like the world itself is breaking and changing too.
Can I
I
try
can really
to?
tell there's no HOA here. These lawns are terrible.
I don't know what that is.
And hope you never have to find out what it is and never deal with them. They are a nightmare.
Rosalind's assuming it's a boss at this point.
Yeah,
That's fair. It is a boss in her mind. She's like, oh, the HOA.
Highest level boss possible. I would like to try to just, as we're standing here, try to figure out if this is like a natural occurring part of the game. Like, was this coded in, or is this something that got spliced in? Like,
Go
'cause
ahead
I
and roll
know-
clever.
the Wicked Witch was talking about it. Can I use my quick reference guide stunt at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Get a
Okay.
+2 to this because you're looking something up.
That's a 7.
That's a 7. Alright,
Nice.
while that happens, I'm going to roll some instability
I know.
Wow.
as you
What's our
access the
instability
internet.
at?
Right
didn't
now,
even check-
it's at 20 out of 20. Excellent.
Oh,
That's
great.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Okay.
lovely.
Hey, what's instability?
So, Stoops, you kind of looking inside any kind of database you have to figure out if this is a natural part of the game that was lost or, what's going on here. You quickly realize that there is a series of, or rather, there is a video game that you discover called Quiet Plateau that is a horror game that seems to fit this aesthetic. It is definitely not part of Phantasria. It is not associated with the developers of Phantasria. You firmly believe, looking around you, none of the textures here are from Phantasria. No assets being reused. They are all new and foreign. Something similar to what Rosalind said, that there has been something has brought the Quiet Plateau here, or otherwise, something has created this in this place. And when you do that, there is a sudden flash of lightning in the sky. There was, clouds above that they weren't really storm clouds, but now there is just red lightning that arcs off all over the place, and it slams into buildings, obliterating some of them. It slams into cars and they explode in massive orange flames. It slams into the street in front of you and just annihilates roadways in front, and you can see there is some terrifying creature that is slowly emerging, silhouetted in these clouds, and it is writhing around. You cannot make sense of what it is, and suddenly it slams into this town, and its entire place is ruptured as an earthquake goes out and tears everything up. Things fall down. You hear car alarms going off. You hear the wails of strange and dark creatures in the mist as well. And then there is a continuing flash of light and a slight twist in your surroundings, and then dead silence once again. And I'm not going to reset the instability meter at this time.
Hey guys, what's instability?
Instability is when we break the world enough that bad things happen. Like before, we've had a Tetris block just fall down and try to crush us all. Just various.
Cool.
And normally it goes away after a while, after we fix something or hit something or outrun something. But this one is just staying.
I mean, so you said a creature fell from the sky. Did that go away when everything kind of stabilized, or is it still?
It's hard to
Or
tell.
we have no idea.
The thing you saw was so alien in nature that it sort of, once it disappeared, you could only really see it because of the silhouette from the lightning strikes. Now that those are stopped, it could still be there or it could be gone. You have no idea.
Okay. Then mechanically, I think that this is still staying there because we haven't defeated the creature. We have to solve that to solve the instability. But we don't know that. We just saw all
Nope,
this
we
happen.
just saw a terrifying thing. Rosalind kind of looks at it, like eyes super wide. Is that the HOA?
Joe is much scarier than that, dear.
Oh, lovely. So that was my fault. I
It's
googled something.
Oh, did you like the answer?
No.
Oh,
So,
You're
do we know where we are, kids?
Scary Town.
the Quiet Plateau.
Oh,
It's a survival horror game.
do we
That
win by
is-
being loud? Because it's called
Huh?
quiet. Like if we just break it, right? So it's called Quiet Plateau. If we're just like super loud and just scream a
We're
bunch.
super. Then I think we're going to die.
Oh,
Thomas, when I did that search, what did that like monsters? Quiet Plateau, like what?
Quiet Plateau is sort of a psychological reflection of the protagonist, who is a very kind of quietly deranged man who is hunting after a wife who he actually killed, but apparently you don't find that out until later in the game. And also there's a bunch of imagery about, perpetuating deadly cycles and ritual sacrifice and all sorts of terrible things.
Fun.
This is gonna be heavy. This is going to be metal in the bad way.
oh, that's not good.
You actually hear a noise when the various chain link fences that are just set up completely sporadically and randomly about this place start to shutter. And you see the rusted barbed wire that is piercing everything in this town starts to shake. And you see a bit of it starts to move and just burrows into a bit of the concrete, and just wherever that barbed wire is going, it starts moving like a snake that is burrowing through something and starts twisting and contorting around this place, and everything is just shuttering.
Like it here.
Really quick, is this like are there houses nearby?
There are various buildings. It looks like you're in kind of a downtown area. Looking around, you can see that there is a sort of mechanics garage sort of place. There's an old diner, and there is a graveyard.
Oh, boy.
Why do you sound happy? What?
It
Huh?
seems fun. I want to see the graveyard.
Okay, I was thinking not the graveyard. I was thinking going to the mechanics to see if we could get a car for cheap.
Oh no, we have to find a special car. We've already picked out the one we wanted.
Where's the one that you wanted?
I don't
Further down?
know.
This is solid ground right now.
Listen, the only way out is through, so we have to go through this town, and supposedly there's gonna be a way to get further down. That is what I'm thinking right now.
Maybe we
So-
can just go that way instead of down. Down sounds like a cave. I'm not big into caves. Maybe we can just keep going straight forward.
Okay.
And maybe at the graveyard there'll be flowers that aren't dead because people put flowers on graveyards, and then I can see why that flower would work and mine aren't.
Okay. Well, how about we go to the mechanics first, just because they might have things that are useful, like more oil for this lantern.
Okay.
And
Ooh.
then we'll go to the graveyard. Also, maybe if we can find like a flashlight or something that doesn't run on oil. I don't know.
I don't know what a flashlight is.
So do you want
Assuming
to...
that in this game, since it's modern, they have flashlights, and I would have seen like an equipment list or something. And, I don't know. All right, let's. I don't know if we need to be sneaky here, but my gut tells me that we need to be sneaky.
That's a sneaky.
Aren't we in the
kidding.
middle of... We crashed down onto
That's
a
true.
car in the middle of a street. I don't know how sneaky we need to be at this point.
That's true. Okay, I saunter over to the
Okay.
mechanic shop.
You can see that when you first take your first steps, which now come a little bit more naturally. You don't know if your mother had some kind of effect on you, if you just learned how to walk over time, but now you're sort of walking with a pretty decent stride. As you touch the concrete of the road of this place, the sort of chittering of the chain link fences and the movement of the barbed wire comes to a sudden stop.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
That's probably a good thing. When things shake, that's bad. So if it's not shaking, that's good. Right, Stoobs and lady?
I don't know who this lady is, but but I think it might just be the wind, and you guys are a little scared and a little tired right now. So let me go see if there's some car at the mechanics, and then maybe we can leave here, because this place seems to be a little not a bit of a rough neighborhood. So let's take a look.
I just realized that Cindy's character is acting like the first person who dies in every horror movie. Alright,
Stoops'
so...
head.
Well,
she's
this is
going
like
like-
ghosts aren't real. It's just the wind.
So Stacy, you go up to this this mechanics place. It's a fairly small building. It's got 2 garage doors as well. You immediately see that all the windows of this place have been completely boarded up from the outside. Everything is so tarnished and broken around here, dripping with rust. It looks like this place has been left for a very long time. But the closer you get, kind of looking for a way to get in, you see that one of the garage doors is open ever so slightly. It's slightly ajar. And from that small crevice, you can hear a very faint, sort of crackling sound coming from within. Just a...
Hello? Anyone here?
There's no response.
Well then, I suppose I could leave my credit card and we can take a look around for ourselves. How much could parts cost anyway?
From the side, I don't want to be in front of the garage door, but I want to see if like I can, roll it up.
Yeah, sure. It looks like any kind of motion you make towards it, it kind of gives fairly easily. Then it quickly catches on something you think a part of the chain mechanism maybe is rusted, because it suddenly goes... But it's enough of an opening for all of you to get through.
Alright, I guess we'll just like army crawl through it.
Okay. So Stace Cat takes the
Okay.
lead, just ducks down, goes straight in, disappears into the darkness.
Oh, how tall am I right now?
How tall would you like to be right now?
Small.
You're quite small.
Yay! That makes this easier.
I guess I will awkwardly crawl through as well, to the best
Okay.
of my ability.
So 3 of you going inside?
Yeah.
Okay. You make it inside this garage kind of place, and it is very dark, but there is at least some light coming from various bits of electric light throughout the city that provide a little bit of illumination. But here, since all the windows are boarded up, the only light that you can really see is a flashing red light that kind of keeps going off in the corner behind some kind of counter, and it sort of slightly illuminates the rest of this place. You can see there are various sort of car what are they called? Big, stands for
Lift?
cars. Yes, lifts for cars. And on top there are some cars that are kind of completely rusted and almost destroyed where they are. And there's a foul smell in the air.
What kind of smell?
Sort of, bloody.
Ew.
Oh.
Ew.
You also notice that there are various tools on the walls, strewn about, not carefully handled in this place.
What
I
kind
would
of
like
tools?
to find a crowbar.
You
Yes.
immediately find a crowbar.
Okay, I immediately feel slightly safer.
Okay. Was that a question, Rosalind, that you had?
Oh yeah, I was just like, what kind of tools? What's like the biggest looking one, or the
Um,
most explodey looking one?
The most explodey would be, I guess, an oil can that you could shove a rag into. The biggest would just be a massive, heavy socket wrench. Oh, actually, there would be a a welding torch there, if you would like to take that.
I want it.
Okay.
Oh god!
You take the welding torch.
Hey mom, look at this.
She's gonna look up. No. Okay. That is not a toy. Okay? You have to be careful with that.
If they took my flowers away, then I will catch them on fire instead.
I look for the noise.
Maybe we should get you into therapy, dear. I think like me and Rosalind are just like talking about like you should not use the welding torch and Rosalind is just like, what is that?
Stoops, you see that the sound is coming from behind the counter. And there's a kind of door there that seems to lead off to the more officey part of this place. Looking around, you can see it's where the source of the red light is coming from. There is some kind of handheld radio on the ground, and there is a person in mechanics overalls doubled over in a pool of red blood, and they are sort of groping towards the radio and do not seem to have noticed you at this point, but they seem very hurt and very distressed.
Hey.
Very quickly, you just say, and sort of reaches for a tire iron nearby and just brandishes it.
Whoa.
Stoops, honey, what did you find?
Who are you?
My name's Stoops. Who are you?
Name's Frank. Nice to meet you.
I'm gonna, don't make me regret this, and I'm gonna go put pressure on the wound and hand him the radio.
Okay. You put the radio in his hand and he grasps it fairly weakly, and you start to put pressure on his wound. He goes, "Ah!" in response. You can see from the amount of blood this guy does not have very long at all, and he kind of like leans down and to you weakly he says, "Where did you come from?"
That's really hard to explain, but long story short is we're here to help, so you know what the fuck's going on.
And then you suddenly hear a coming from the radio in his hand, and his eyes go open. You see the whites of his eyes as he looks down to the radio, his hand shaking, and he says, "They're coming!" And he collapses on the ground.
Is he dead?
He either is dead or is passed out at this point. But outside, you start to hear.
I'm gonna yell to the others, "It's definitely a monster gang! Get in here!"
Okay.
I take off like my outer layer of flannel and I bandage him up to the best of my ability, throw him over his shoulder, and grab the radio and just get ready to book it.
Alright, that's a lot of stuff. Go ahead and roll quick.
Oh boy.
Meanwhile, Roz and Stacy, you both hear that there is a sound of claws scraping against the walls and planks of this place, and you can see that there is some sort of movement coming from out of the ever so slight gap you made at the garage door.
I look at the lady. Do you have a weapon?
She's gonna be. She's like, I don't. What do you mean weapon?
Here, take the blowtorch.
She takes the
I was gonna
blowtorch.
say hand her the wrench.
I grab some oil because that's also our original goal.
That sounds good. So you kind of grab some oil. Stoobs, you quickly kind of administer first aid to this person to the best of your ability, and very weakly, slumped over his shoulder, you can feel him just groping at your back very weakly, and he says, we have to stop them. Don't let them come in, or we'll all die. We have to stop them!
Is there a safe place to go?
This is it.
What did he say?
He said, this is it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna yell at them to shut the door.
What if I throw a bomb out and
Then shut the door. How do we feel about that?
Bombs? Excuse me? You you're not old enough to handle a bomb. And she's like,
I-
trying to close the garage door.
Okay, so
I
you
threw
go
a
to close
bomb!
it. All right, sounds good. So this entire time, Stoobs the radio, you can hear it's just going, just
Turn
going
that radio
haywire.
down.
Stacy, you are pulling at the chain. It is rusted and it appears to get caught on something. We need a forceful roll from you to get this thing closed. Meanwhile, Rosalind, you are throwing a bomb. Go ahead, roll your flashy for your special bombs.
Actually, I thought bombs were usually forceful and magic.
Oh,
is
I'm
flashy.
sorry, forceful. Yes.
Well, I mean, technically it's a magic bomb, so it could be.
No,
up in
no,
the air.
magic bombs are my special move when I combine magic into the bombs.
Yeah.
They're normally
Okay.
regular until I do that. Or I specifically say I want to use magic in a bomb.
All right.
Why does my child have bombs?
Okay, Rosalind, you get out one of your bombs and you light it and you chuck it expertly. Just as soon as Stacy is like closing the door, she kind of moves past the rust on this chain. You roll it straight out. The door closes, and then you just wait and you wait and you hear kang, 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 as the sound of things beating on the walls of this place seem to grow and grow, and then suddenly, boom! There is a massive explosion, and a good half of the front of this mechanical building is blown to splinters, and
no.
Wait, that's bad.
there is just napalm thrown everywhere. Such was the power of your bomb, Rosalind. And you can see that there are many figures just collapsing and falling to the ground, utterly obliterated. Not exploding into pixels like I used to, but just slumping onto the ground as burnt husks. And what's more, you can see coming out of the fire the silhouetted forms of more of these creatures shambling along, still in flame, uncaring, continuing their advance towards all of you, their flames illuminating the interior of this place that has now been completely breached. What does everybody do?
It's a zombie game, and I'm going to just grab Rosalind by the arm and just be like, "We have to get out of here."
I should also note, Rosalind, you notice that, let me double check something actually. Did you get an upgrade from Broomtree that gave you effectively infinite bombs? It was just an ability instead of an item? Okay.
Yeah.
You now notice that in this world, every power you have consumes a resource, and you just got lower bombs.
I keep getting buffs.
Oh
I don't have magic. I don't have bombs infinitely.
You still have some
Is-
bombs, but it is now a limited resource in this world.
no. Oof.
Does this limit Stoops? Like, do I have limited uses of my skateboard, or
You'd have to test it to find out.
oh
Oh
no,
no.
oh god.
But
Um,
there are various creepy, flaming creatures shambling into this building. What are you all doing?
Can we just run? Is there an exit? Can we just run?
Yeah, I
There
mean,
was
we
a
made
door
a
to the
very big
offices.
exit.
Yeah,
The-
we just gotta keep forcing our way through. I got a sword. You got a blowtorch. Stoobs, did we get you a weapon yet?
I grabbed a crowbar, but I'm wondering if the massive wrench might be a better idea, because that seems to be able to take a few more. I stick the crowbar like into my belt and I
Okay.
grab the wrench. So
You
I
grab a
have
big
an
old bench.
extra.
This is unusual for you, Stoobs, because still at this point in the game, you do not have equipment slots. However, right now you are able to pick up and wield melee weapons.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Very nice.
So, not Cindy, Stacy, you are closest to the encroaching horde. So, how are you defending yourself as about 3 of these flaming creatures descend upon you?
I think she's just gonna abandon the blowtorch and can I just buy a shopping cart and just start ramming through them? Like a mom on Black Friday, just like
I love it.
That's
Oh
so
my
good. That is
Uh,
so
Battering ram.
good.
That sounds like a forceful defense. So go ahead and roll forceful for that. That sounds great.
I like how he's just like, I need to think. How do I? That's a 4.
It's a 4. Nice. these zombie creatures get a 3, and I'm going to spend a fate point to invoke against you one of your shim needs. So as you're doing this, you do not realize that your hygiene meter maxes out, and suddenly stench lines start being emanated from you, and flies start buzzing around you, and your clothes just get more raggedy. And in that moment, you get a whiff of yourself and just go, "Phew!" And it is just enough for you to drop your guard as one of these creatures leaps on you and just starts throttling you with flaming claws. And you take a point of damage.
Okay, that's fine.
So that's going to be your first stress box eliminated.
Okay.
Oh my
I was
god.
like, someone needs to tell me how to do damage. All right, sounds good.
Just get rid of that first stress box and you'll be good to go. So Stoobs, you just picked up a new weapon. What are you doing, Rosalind?
I'm gonna stab at the one that jumped on my lady who thinks she's my mom.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and make a forceful attack as you wield your elven blade.
Wow.
That's an 8 versus a 2.
Hey.
Hello? What?
You basically, as you are being throttled by this creature that's just screaming into your face, Stacy just suddenly there is just a shining silver blade that is poking through its head, and it starts to just burn up from the inside until its entire head has been disintegrated and it collapses to the ground as you see Rosalind there standing with a mighty magical blade.
You really shouldn't underestimate me, Mom.
And now, Rosalind, a bunch of these creatures are going to leap at you. So how are you defending yourself?
Oh.
How
boy.
do I defend myself?
How do you respond
Inconsistent-
to?
You know what? I'm having fun with my sword here. I'm gonna turn around and attempt to parry them. We'll see
Sounds
how
good.
that works.
Another forceful defense there. Go ahead and roll that.
5.
A 5 against a 2. Excellent. I'm going to invoke against you. I forget what your trouble is. Let me double check. what
In
it
the
is.
past, fairies were hunted for healing items.
That certainly does not apply to this situation.
You could probably invoke inconsistent sizing and have it be like I
Yeah.
immediately shrink.
I'm gonna say you immediately grow so that your hitbox is bigger, and far easier to get grabbed. These things seem to have these annoying lock-on animations that are really easy to get caught into, unlike previous things you fought in Phantasia. So I'm gonna actually force you to re-roll.
Okay.
No.
4.
Okay.
That's still pretty good.
So you grow and your hitbox grows too, but you still manage to defend yourself well with the blade. One of these creatures kind of like grabs it and just goes kang, 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 biting at your blade. You can see its eyes have started melting and are just glooping out of its sockets now.
Ew.
Stoobs, what are you doing?
Okay.
Is that
How
die
many?
still on your shoulder?
Yes.
How many of these things are in front of us right now?
So the bomb that Rosalind threw clearly took out a lot of them. So in the immediate vicinity, there's only 3. However, you can see that coming from the mist and from the flames beyond, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, so I would like to put the dude in the shopping cart.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Okay.
And then get between Rosalind and Stacy and the rest of these things. And basically I want to like just protect them, I guess, and try and just
You want to basically create an advantage? You want to give them a
create
bonus to the
advantage.
next roll?
Yes, that
Create
is
advantage.
what I was. Okay, so
Sounds like you're interposing yourself, so a forceful defense,
yes. Oh god. And I'm going to tell them to run.
maybe? Okay. Sounds good. It's going to be fairly easy, so I'm going to say difficulty 2 for this.
It's a 0. I'm gonna invoke werewolf. Say that won't be fear. Of course, so I'm gonna re-roll that and hope and pray to God. 4. Okay.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
So you create an advantage. You don't do so with style, but it's still very good. So everybody's going to get a free invocation of Stoobs' defense, effectively. So
Cool.
I'll just write that in. Yes,
Nice.
you kind of leap in front to make sure that they don't target these people. It seems like these things are dumb and easily sort of tricked and goaded, but they are relentless.
Okay, so I can definitely get aggro on them.
With that
Okay.
roll, yes.
Awesome.
All right. So what are the two of you doing now that Stoobs has kind of like created this opportunity and has told you to get out of here? Just to
I
remind you,
have
by the way,
never-
there is the door leading to sort of the office area, and there is of course any number of entrances that you could try to create yourselves or exits. Sorry, because the
have-
way out currently seems a bit blocked.
I have never once listened when Stoobs told me to run away, and I've actually asked her to stop trying to self-sacrifice herself over and over. So, I think what I'm gonna do is, because I can, if it works well, I can briefly create a flower, very briefly. So I'm gonna try to like create a flower like pretty far. How can I do this? Because my plan is there's that blowtorch that catches things on fire, and I can create life. If I can just like briefly create something as a distraction for them to go after that, so we can all leave.
Like maybe
Rather
a
than just-
shrub that's extremely flammable just to distract them or something like that.
Yeah. So they go after that, and then Stoobs can come with us instead of trying to self-sacrifice every
I'm
session.
just buying you time
All
to
right,
get someplace.
So Rosalind, go ahead and roll flashy for that. Creating life here is going to be very difficult, so it's going to be difficulty 4.
Okay, fingers crossed. 3. Okay, I'm going to use, what can I use? You know what? My high concept, I think, should probably change from a fairy someone who's far from home, because, I don't have a home, to a fairy summon who travels with Stoobs, because Stoobs is my new home, and I would like to use that, my high concept, to get a +2, if that is okay.
So we can't quite change your high concept just yet, mechanically speaking, but we can still sort of, for what you're going for, this makes plenty of sense. So yes, feel free to invoke it in that way, to either to add to and get what you need for this role. So you go and create basically a massive bramble bush, the best you can, just as quickly and as big as you can. It's very difficult. The sort of energy in this place is not on your side. It is very just oppressive, but you create something, and before anything can bloom on it, it immediately just withers into this husk of a thing, and you quickly light it up with the blowtorch, and it immediately goes up in flames. And you can see the various creatures in this place sort of responding to both the crackling that it's making and the bright lights as well.
Let's go!
Okay.
All right. So you all proceed to leave. Go ahead and make a quick roll to get out of there before you get overwhelmed.
Oh, that's a -1. How
Okay.
do I reroll this game?
You can invoke for free Stoop's defense to re-roll that instantly if you would like.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! I would like to try. That's a 0. That's not much better.
Okay. All right. So you all try to flee. Unfortunately, Rosalind is the only one who moves with any kind of quick pace. The rest of you either sort of burdened by what you're carrying, or
I am trying to save a dude in a shopping cart, so you know.
Look, the shopping cart wheels are just getting stuck on the rubble. It's just not very practical.
I'm
At
gonna
a certain
invoke.
point, we just pick it up.
I'm gonna invoke another aspect, another hidden aspect of these
no.
creatures.
Ah!
To increase
What was
my
that
roll
sound?
by 2, which means that Stoobs, you're going to take 1 point of damage, and Stacy,
Okay.
you're going to take 2 points of damage.
Oh god.
Okay,
So Cindy, that means check off the second box now, because that's worth 2 damage.
No!
Oh, Stacy's got. Oh boy.
Oh no! Oh no! We are not doing well. I'm so sorry
And-
that the bomb
Oh,
exploded
is
the building.
Is that what it means? The 2? Oh god. Okay.
So once you hit 3, then you're gonna have to start taking consequences.
Oh, alright.
So you
Yeah.
burst through the office door, and you kind of like see you in just a dusty, musky place that has been neglected by time. There is a very tarnished calendar up on the wall that, if it has a date on it, it is completely obscured because it is so disintegrated from the passage of time. You look for an exit out of this place, and you see that there is sort of a bathroom area in the back and a sort of shed door as well that is barricaded. You're very quickly able to lift off the barricade and burst out of this place and start running as fast as you can. During that time, a couple of these creatures leap onto you and trap you into sort of captured animations while you are bitten at. And that is how both Stacy and Stoobs lose a bit of their health that starts to lower and lower. And unlike Phantasria, the actual degree of your hurt is having a effect on how fast you can move, and you feel yourself limping along, desperately trying to get out of danger, and you quickly take the first exit you can see that leads through this alleyway into another street, through another alleyway, and as you move you can just hear the chain link chattering as you go, but you seem to have left those creatures in the dark with you.
Hey, Rosalind. Remind me next time we can get skills to learn how to make health potions. God, oh.
Thinking about that.
I should also note, when you usually end an encounter in Phantasria, very quickly you recover health, as is the nature of this game. Here, you are not recovering health, so none of you get any stress removed.
Oh,
This is a cool genre. Alright.
Maybe you can, like, Mom, can you buy medicine with your fancy?
Actually,
Tetanus
yeah.
shot?
I think she'll. So I think as soon as we like skirt into an alleyway, she'll like go through the catalog, buy a medicine cabinet. I don't think you can buy actual medicine like the pills, but you
you
can buy
can,
a cabinet and the medicine comes with it for some
If
reason.
you have the pack, there is one where you can literally buy medicine.
Oh, is there? Yeah,
Just some ibuprofen, you
yeah,
know,
sure. I'll get that. Like, I'm sure there's like a first aid kit in the catalog.
acetaminophen.
For something that's going to have a mechanical effect like this, I am going to need to spend the expenditure of a fate point.
Okay, I have 3. I can
Okay.
get rid of.
Honestly,
So you
to
can-
get rid of some check boxes, yeah,
I think that's worth
this
it.
is
That's
probably
totally
worth it. Yeah.
Alright,
If
so
I could do that, I would do it.
you create this medicine cabinet, which really sticks out because there's a ruined, crumbled, stained wall covered with graffiti in front of you. Then this immaculate, white, and shiny medicine cabinet just bing appears on the wall, and you can see that the very decay of this place is slowly creeping its way into what you just created. The mirror slowly getting tarnished and ruined and warping your reflections as you look into it. So very quickly you go into it and get whatever you can before this place effectively devours this new uncorrupted thing you have created. And I'm going to add to the instability. What happens when the instability is already
Yeah,
filled?
what
I
happens
heard
when
you
it
say.
becomes-
I was
21
gonna say.
Guess we'll have to find out together, won't we?
He rolled a 5. I don't know if I liked that.
So the instability
Like, oh.
is now at 25 out of 20.
I feel like whatever boss was dropped into this world is just getting stronger now.
But Stacy, you are now able to heal any 2 stress boxes on yourself or somebody else. So choose who is going to remove a stress box.
You have 2 stress boxes, so you should definitely use.
I'll remove. Yeah, I guess I'll do one of them. And who else is? So I have 1 stress box now. Who else has stress box?
I have 1 stress box ticked. I don't think Rosalind has any ticked.
Okay,
I have been
then
too
I'll-
lucky. It's going too good. I'm scared.
then I'll definitely do yours then.
I'm going to reward you a fate point for looking out for your kids before yourself, Stacy.
Aw.
Also, can I check on the dude? Is he?
Yeah, you kind of like
Maybe
look
we
over-
should give him medicine. Oops.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there like some bandages or something?
You look over
dying.
to the dude and you see that he is moving. He seems to be sort of not completely dead. So you go over to kind of inspect his wounds, and as soon as you do, please tell me how you defend yourself as he bites you.
Oh.
Oh, if I see him coming at me, I'm gonna move away as fast as possible.
roll your
So
quickness.
quick dodge.
And you get a
Hold on.
5 against his 2. You just see his eyes turn pale and suddenly snap open and goes as he tries to bite at you, and now he's just writhing around in the shopping cart that falls over and just like clangs, echoing throughout this alleyway, and you just see him crawling.
Noise, I put him out of his misery.
Oh wait, before. Oh, never mind.
Splat.
You're good.
Whoever Fred was, he's now just a stain on the ground.
Well then, thanks, Thomas.
Maybe he'll respawn and not be scary.
His radio
So-
is still on him, and it's currently not crackling at all. It seems that it responds to the proximity of monsters in this place.
This seems like a good way to figure out where they are. So
Yeah, but it's kind of gross. Do we really want a dead guy's preview.
You want to die here? I clip it on my belt.
You lower the volume so that it doesn't give away your position, but still
Attracts
lets you
them.
know about
Yeah,
it.
I'm sure that cacophony that just happened is gonna lure some into the area. So I'm gonna. I'm gonna loot the body.
You loot him. Let's see. You find a shotgun shell. One shotgun shell.
No gun.
No gun.
Okay.
I just
Do
kind
we
of
have guns in
flick it.
Fantasia?
No.
no.
No,
Yeah.
So I'm
it-
probably sitting there just going like, "What is this?" like,
I don't know. Maybe
hey,
we just-
mom, what's this?
Do I know what it is?
Up to you if you would like to know what it is or not.
I don't know if the base Sims game has. No, it doesn't. Okay, so she's probably like, maybe it's a jewelry item of some sort. It seems a bit important to him, so maybe you should leave it with him.
You notice that the light that's currently illuminating this alleyway, by the way, is the light coming from the diner that you passed earlier. And you know you didn't go the same way. There is some sort of twisting psychological maze thing going on in this town, and it does not seem to be letting up anytime soon. You also see the sort of blasted hole as a truck has driven through it, leading to the graveyard as well.
Graveyard, graveyard, graveyard!
Let's check the diner first.
I just need bacon.
No, the bacon has nothing to do with this right now, okay?
The bacon
We
is
could use a-
25% of my motivation right now. Maybe 30.
Well, aren't they zombies? Is graveyard
Yeah,
has
these are-
zombies? What?
These are zombies. These are straight up zombies. We get bit or hurt enough, we're definitely turning. So,
You know, it might be a debuff to be a zombie. I might be able to fix that.
Oh.
We found the cure.
Well, Fred's dead, so.
Yeah,
I
Fred's
don't know,
dead.
man.
I have to spend a fate point. To be honest, I'm kind of a selfish person. I wasn't gonna spend it on Fred.
yeah,
Fair
he would
enough.
not have spent it on Fred.
I would spend it on one of us, though.
I mean, would there be anything useful in the diner, do you think?
A frying pan.
I feel like the acoustics of that, you don't want that in the zombie apocalypse, honestly.
I mean, do we have a hunger ratio? I look up at
Oh,
myself.
yeah, do we have,
you don't,
like...
but you see that Stacy does, and it's quickly plummeting.
Let's go to the
Alright.
diner.
We're going to the diner.
Okay.
Also, maybe she can wash up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's a sink, she's gonna like take a stink bath. There's
Yeah,
like,
basically
those stink
sponge
lines coming out of her.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she's quite
Yeah,
right
does she,
right now.
is she actually smell?
Yes.
Like,
Not good.
Ugh.
yeah,
Uh,
let's get Stacy cleaned up real quick.
You push through the fog that clings onto you wherever you go in this cursed town, and you make your way up to the diner entrance. The light quickly flicks off and then flickers back on again as you get close. And you see the door. It is flipped to closed currently, yet when you go to open it, it does open before you. And you go inside. And it is a very
Okay, we do this properly though. We're not going straight inside. You open the door from the side, you check the room,
Okay.
and then you go in.
Checking inside, you see a very typical diner, very run down. Not terribly unsanitary, but not perfect. You do see there is a figure in a trench coat hunched over at the counter.
Is he moving?
Yes.
Like normal people moving or creepy zombie wiggling?
He appears to be drinking a cup of something.
Yo, mister, you zombie!
He jumps out of his seat and spins around and looks at you with wide eyes. And you see he's kind of like holding up this this sort of impromptu weapon that's just a stick, basically. And he looks at all of you and he says, "Don't do that, please."
Talk?
And he turns around and he goes and sips another drink. Ugh.
Stacy goes and makes. Is there bacon here? Like, what is there food here?
You would have to go into the back
Really
kitchen
old.
to look for it.
Alright, she's gonna go in the back kitchen and start like grabbing food and seeing if she can make anything.
Okay.
I shut the door securely behind us.
All right. There's a
I
lock.
father the strange man.
Okay, so let's deal with this one thing at a time. Stacy, you go to the back rooms, and you're just looking for just to make a meal, like to make a nice bacon sort of thing.
Yeah, just to make a
Make a
meal. If there's
sandwich.
bacon, yeah. If there's bacon, she's definitely gonna get some because Stoops is a very, very good girl.
Okay. Why don't you just either roll clever or careful to sort of like look around and see what you're able to rummage in this place and what appliances are still working.
That's 2.
2 is enough to rummage a bacon sandwich at the very least. So you kind of like start some of the gas burners up. You get a frying pan that is really just filled with some sort of dire, foul black sludge, and you go, "That's disgusting." So you just start scrubbing away. It slorps off into the sink and just goes at you, but you just kind of like work around it, keep washing away. And you kind of like you find some packs of very old bacon in this massive walk-in freezer. And there are just a weird amount of meat hooks in that freezer. But you pay it no mind and continue going about. You find, some very stale bread, but if you kind of toast it right, maybe it'll kind of be all right. Just there's no mold that you can really see once you scrape it off. And you start getting to work. So that's happening. Meanwhile, Roz, you're talking to this man. What do you say to him?
Hey, Mister. Hi, I'm Rosalind. I'm a pirate from Faerun. What's your name?
You can call me Sven.
Sven?
Yeah.
Cool. What are you doing?
Waiting. Just
For-
waiting.
For what? What are you waiting for?
Well, I thought I had found the end of the road, and it seems a miracle just walked into this place. Not something I was expecting.
But there is no road in here. This is a diner.
Figure of speech.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm not the best at those. So how many? There's zombies everywhere.
That is just the start, my dear.
What else are there?
Creatures and monsters and forces paranatural that make me quake with fear. I was a janitor. This is not something I am accustomed to. Yet somehow I live when everyone around me dies.
So, I don't know if I know what a janitor is. I don't think that's a fantasy.
Correct.
world thing. So, well, that's really sad and all, but what's a janitor?
I am a man who cleans up messes. This mess is too big for me.
Well, maybe you just need assistance.
I could use assistance, but not for cleaning. For a more delicate matter.
What do you need help with?
He sort of looks a bit shameful for a second, and then he turns a little bit and sort of pulls at a bit of his trench coat, and you see a massive bloody bite wound on sort of his chest area. And he says, "You do not seem to understand quite how grave this situation is, perhaps, but let's just say I am running out of time.
I might be able to fix that.
I
If
like
you can,
Sven.
I would welcome the help. You have a herb kit?
Oh,
no,
what?
I have a dance.
I see.
He's like, I'm doomed. I'm doomed.
It seems fitting for this place, in a sense.
I give it a. The thing is, I can only do so many. Fine, I should be a good person. I'm not the hero though. I'm the anti-hero, so that means I can be a little self. Fine. I'll try this, and I'm going to try to take away his status affliction of zombie.
Okay, sounds good. This is just a stunt of yours, is that right? Oh no, you get a +2
Yes.
to things when you're removing stuff.
Okay, so for stunts, do you use the fate point? That's how it works, right?
No, you don't. It just
Oh.
happens for you. So let's see.
It
Let's-
does. Okay, so
Nice.
I guess flashy then +2.
Yep. So just a +2 to whatever flashy thing you roll here.
Okay, I get a 6.
You get a 6.
Ooh.
Goodness. So yeah, you invoke your summon energy to start to purge this guy of any sort of foul things that are coursing through his body. And you do so. There is a sudden just lightness as the zombification taking place in this person is undone. And he seems utterly in awe of whatever it is you just did. Also kind of seeing magic for the first time, but given everything else he's seen today, it's probably, just something he has to accept. And he's just like, how did you... I don't understand.
That's what I do. That's my purpose. I was created to remove status afflicts for the Lightsworn heroes, but the Lightsworn heroes are jerks, so they lock me in a cave, and I hate them forever.
You suddenly feel that whatever power you have that fuels your magic rapidly depletes to almost nothing.
Oh, God.
No.
I think I cannot do that very many times, though, here.
Sven says, "You have saved my life, so let me help you in turn. A bite like this leads to death, and it leads to a loss of yourself and a turning on everybody you hold dear. If you cannot do what you just did very often, I highly recommend seeking out the herb kit. It might just save your life."
But you're telling me that a herb kit does what I do?
I can't say that I understand how these things work.
Okay, but you have to understand how that makes me feel as a person who was created to do this. To be told that a herb kit, which is a bunch of, like, grass, does what I do.
I don't know how to comfort you other than saying that having miraculous life-saving powers is not a bad thing.
No. Also, nothing grows here, so how do you even get a herb kit?
Funnily enough, the herbs in this place are all growing in their own separate plant pots. I do not know why. It seems to be a
So-
custom of this place.
I need to get plant pots and then I can just make a herb. Mom!
Maybe not so loud.
Yes,
To
dear.
attract the zombies.
Mom, can you buy me a pot?
She's just gonna look. You're a little too young to know about pot, dear.
No, like
No.
the gardening.
Oh, a gardening pot. Oh, sorry. And she's like, yes. What kind and how many? I'm glad you're taking an interest in gardening.
As many as I can have, Mom. I love you.
Oh God.
She immediately just buys, like, I know their income's slowly trickling in, so she's like immediately like buying as many as those like pots as she can.
Your trickling income has stopped since coming to this place.
Oh,
So
no.
you blow the last shimoleon on an absurd amount of flower pots, just of various sizes. But they're there, these beautiful clay pots.
Man! Weird man! What kind of herbs do I grow?
My name is Sven, and they are of the local variety. I believe they are called raccoon plants.
Raccoon plants. Raccoon plants. Raccoon plants. Okay. I don't
I
have
both
that
of you
much.
guys a bacon sandwich while you were talking.
Ding!
Okay, if I make one, Mom, how much do you know about gardening?
Well, I do a little bit. I grow strawberries, and you really like blackberries.
If I make you a raccoon plant, can you make more of them?
I'm sorry, what, dear? A what plant?
A raccoon plant. If I make one of it, do you think you could make more of it using the normal gardening things? I don't. We were in that Sims world, and I did some plant magic there, and it went fast. So I'm assuming the way you garden is probably going to be better than the way I garden, basically. So if I make one of the raccoon plants, do you think you can garden with it?
I don't know. We can try.
Stoobs, you notice during this time that there is a very thin layer of this black fog that is slowly seeping into this place and filling up every corner of it. This is not the same kind of mist that you saw from outside. This thing seems more alive and malevolent, and it's just slowly seeping into this place.
Sven, what's the black fog?
Black fog. And he looks down and sees it and goes, "Oh no!" It is the harbinger of one of the creatures of this place. His name is Cylinder Head. I wouldn't laugh if I was you.
Oh.
He is the most terrifying and destructive thing in this place. Nothing leveled against him can stop him. The only thing one can do is run, and that's what I intend to do.
Okay, we gotta move. We gotta move, you two.
Let's grab the pots.
Like just a
I
stack
will.
of
I will
pots and just run with
offer
them.
the crowbar to Sven.
Okay. He kind of like looks at his sad stick and at his crowbar, and he says, "You will need that."
I hold up the wrench.
Ah, this works. My sincerest gratitude.
Are you sticking with us, or are you going your own way?
In places like this, being together often leads to the demise of, shall we say, people like me. I'm going to keep moving as best I can. If you can, meet up with me back here. I think I might have a plan for something, but we need to move. We need to get moving now. And he quickly leaves this place.
Okay, I will drag the others with me if I have to. Get them out of here.
You will have
We're
a sandwich
coming.
in the mouth as you're being
Yeah.
dragged out. So you leave the diner, and you kind of leave the door closed behind you. There's no black fog around sort of the mist of this place, but you can see there is a little bit permeating around the diner. You feel like whatever dire entity Cylinder Head might be, he is kind of patrolling around those areas. So would you like to go to the graveyard right now?
Figure that's the
She's
only
like,
place
yeah.
that we can go. The mechanic shop has been destroyed. The only standing
Yeah,
structure
we're
that
going
we
to
have
the
access to
graveyard.
is the
Heck yeah.
diner. So yeah,
Okay.
it's the graveyard.
So yes, like I said, a truck basically slammed through and fell over the wall leading to this graveyard, kind of exposing the rest of it like an open wound. And you start maneuvering over the broken bricks into this shroud-covered graveyard. And you can see that it is a maze of gravestones and mausoleums, all twisted and far too close together. It is as though the land itself is contorting in pain. Any grass here long since died. It is just mud that you are trekking through right now. You see various graves, some that have been burst open, some that have been left open ready for new cadavers. And this place quickly becomes a maze to maneuver through. So I would like one of you to take the lead on a way to navigate through this place and explain what you're doing.
I mean, I have pretty good navigational sense. What about you guys?
I'm kind of focused on figuring out how to make a raccoon plant right now, so I'll leave that to
That's
you.
true. Yeah.
Shinmon gets lost if there's a chair in the way of the door.
Okay, so you guys focus on the plants while we're moving, and I will take point. So my plan here, actually, can I check the truck to see if there's anything in the truck?
Yeah, sure. We can roll that into
Okay.
this entire roll if you would like. Or do you want
Yeah,
to check the
so-
truck first in case that changes things?
I want to check the truck because I want to see if there's anything that I can use for marking or something.
Oh, interesting. You look inside and you see like there's some, ruined maps. A lot of blood. No sign of where it came from.
Okay.
Smashed glass all over the place. The glove compartment is locked, but there are bits of paper from maps and also some trucker pills that kind of like spilled about the place as well.
Okay, Is there a key in the ignition?
There is.
Is it on a key ring? So does it have the key for the...
It does. There's a little 8-ball on it.
Okay, so I'll take that and I'll try to access the glove compartment with that.
All right, you do so. It unlocks, and inside you see that there is, just with no reason why there should be, a perfect potted plant with a green herb growing in it in the glove compartment.
Gimme!
Okay. I'll pass it out to them. I will actually grab the maps and stuff, and I kind of just flip through them real quick to see if there's anything useful. It seems like this place is that eventually wherever we go, we're going to end back up at the diner and the mechanic shop. Kind of thing.
Based on what you're looking at, their maps are sort of the Great American Roadways more than anything else. There isn't really a local map of this area. In fact, what you're able to deduce is that it's sort of a route that highlights the trucker's route, and then it kind of like comes to there's an area that says pit stop, and that appears to be the last place that this person went to.
Well, this is useless, so I'll throw it back in there. Okay. And there's nothing in the bed of the truck or anything?
Lots and lots and lots of soda cans.
That's gotta be a bad diet. Okay, I don't think I could use anything there per se, unless I wanted to leave a bread.
We want to leave a trail of soda cans. We could leave a trail of soda cans.
I think I'll just I feel like even if we did that, that might get warped by whatever's happening here. So I don't know how much. I don't know what is staying static and what is being shifted by whatever's happening.
Well, soda cans are a pretty, easy way to test it.
That's true. Okay, I will gather up the soda cans.
You have a bunch of these beautiful cans. It's for a brand of drink called Popsy.
Oh boy. All right. And we will set out, and I am going to mark our way with soda cans.
Before we set out, I do want to look at the plant.
Okay, yeah, you got the sort of potted plant in front of you.
Uh-huh.
What do you want to do?
Well, first I'm just kind of studying it, looking at it, just kind of understanding how it works and how it's made.
From what you can see, it's a very small plant, but it has a lot of sort of very frilled leaves on it, and apart from that, there's no other real sort of indication of what it is, what it does. It's just this kind of lonely little green plant in a pot, which strikes you because there's nothing living here, so it's quite remarkable that this thing is alive at all.
No, that's really great. It seems the pots are the key. Okay. Come here, Mom.
She's still riding that high of "I love you, Mom."
Just carrying a bunch
Oh,
of empty
boy.
pots as well, just
Yeah.
coming over.
You know, my first mom actually taught me how to garden, you would say. And I always skipped out on classes because I wanted to hang out with friends instead of actually spending time with her. Turns out none of that was real, but I still remember it. And seeds should be easier, so I don't have much magic, but I think I could probably make some seeds. And from what I saw in the Sims world, I think maybe you would probably be the best at growing them, new Mom. So I'm gonna try that, okay?
Okay, dear. She's just rubbing your back a little, just it's okay.
This is so weird.
Okay, never mind. I'll stop doing that then.
No, it's not your
Just
fault.
the
Just the whole
situation.
situation.
The
is like-
situation, yes.
And then I guess I'm going to attempt to make a handful of seeds from the raccoon plant.
Okay. Alright, sounds good. This is going to require very careful work, so I'm going to need a careful roll from you, Rosalind.
Magic has always been flashy.
Oof.
Your magic
Oh.
You
is,
can flashily take off the
your
seeds.
magic's very low right now for anything ostentatious.
You know that's not gonna work. I have a
believe.
negative. Don't. -2.
Oh god, that's Denara! Reroll, reroll.
Ay.
Can she reroll? Can I help her reroll?
If you can justify an aspect using of one of yours or of the environment that can make it less bad.
I
Feel free.
gave a lovely speech about motherhood.
You
Do
did. I'm
have
actually
any-
I'm gonna
Yeah.
give you a fate point for that.
Use that to reroll, my dude.
Oh. I guess
How many
I
fate
could-
points do you have left?
That brings me back to 3 because I only used
Okay.
1. So I could use 1 to reroll. The problem is you guys, I never have a good careful roll. So rerolling, okay, I'll give it a shot. I will-
Can I, at least, can I help if she's like trying to be careful and she's being clumsy? Can I just like gently interject and be like, no, like instead of pulling it, maybe you can like tap it a bit and.
I will let you give her a +2 motherly advice bonus.
Lovely. Okay, I'm gonna
Alright.
use my reckless thing to try again and appeal more to my magic and the fact that I probably should be saving it rather than spending it. So I'll use my reckless aspect
All right.
to reroll.
I have no
Let's
idea
see,
what you're
negative
doing.
3!
Oh my
Well, it's
God.
-1 thanks to motherly advice, but that is still
Oh my
Holy
god, how is that so
cow.
bad?
Because I don't know how to be careful. I smashed the pot. This is stupid.
Oh.
You smash the pot, the herb goes onto the ground and immediately withers and dies.
No, not that one. The blank pot.
Oh, the blank
But
one. Sorry.
I have blank pot.
Well, you also got a -1, so no, I won't be that mean. I won't be that mean. You
Oh.
smash the empty pot. You still have the regular herb with you, but you utterly fail to cultivate any kind of seeds using your magic from this place, and your magic is out.
Oh no.
This stupid world, and I hate it.
Oh man.
That's rough.
Oh guys.
Oh, no.
So, Stoobs, you guiding everybody through this graveyard?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and just roll clever to navigate this place, and then we can take a quick break. Actually, we'll continue just a little bit because there's a fun cliffhanger I can end on.
Okay. So I am using the soda cans. Is that gonna
Yes.
help at all?
I mean, that's how you're doing it. I don't know if it really does anything. Okay, 3.
Okay, that's a solid 3. That's a solid 3.
Okay.
So
Nice,
you kind
nice.
of like lay out these Popsy cans throughout the place, using them as markers for where you want to go. You orient them in such a way that they should kind of like provide you a direct line that you can reference just in case you get turned
Ooh,
around.
I pull off the pull tabs as well to use those.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, and this is a weird graveyard with winding paths, and you almost, in sort of your focus, almost slip into one of these empty graves, and very quickly right yourself before you land into this muddy abyss below. Yeah, you manage to navigate your way through this place well enough that you don't seem to run into anything. You hear a couple of times some of the static crackling, just going, and you manage to navigate around whatever that is, carefully skirting around these dangers, and you find yourself in front of a shack. Looks like the graveyard keeper's shack, and there's a very dim light coming from inside.
Okay. I pull out the wrench. And I'm going to very carefully knock on the door. And then stand to the side so that if they come out, they're not gonna.
The entire shack seems to groan in response to your presence. Just a creak here and there, but nothing else. And you hear nothing on your radio.
Okay. I push open the door.
You see that there is a pair of muddy boots by the door, and poking your head in, you see a very small lamp that's illuminating this very sort of Spartanly decorated place. There's a sort of soiled cot, there's a couple of chairs, a little gas stove, and a trapdoor that has a few streaks of blood coming out of it.
Oh boy. I'm gonna look to the others and I'm just gonna be like, should we go in?
Yeah.
Might as well.
Wait, no. Does the trapdoor lead to a cave?
It could lead to a cellar. I don't know.
A cellar is different than a cave. They're technically different things, right? Right.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
I'm gonna. Is the blood dry or is it still wet?
Wet.
Ew.
Human? Like, does it look like human fingerprints or something? Or
You see no fingerprints. It's just streaks, as though something
Okay.
was dragged.
oh.
Maybe I shouldn't go in. What if we just drop a bomb and then go somewhere else? Just like blow it up and leave.
No more bombs.
I promise you, they work out 80% of the time.
80% of the
honestly
time it works
do.
every time.
Is there anything else that indicates like if someone's been here recently?
The
Like,
light is
what
on.
they've done? The light is on.
Muddy boots,
Muddy
still wet.
boots. It's still okay. They're still wet. Is there any indication of like a struggle or?
No.
Okay.
Maybe they just tripped and fell down the trap door.
I mean, then the blood would be on the door, not before it. They were
Yeah.
dragging something super bloody, and then they went down, and they had time to take off their shoes. So, but why would they take off their shoes if they were okay with the blood staying? Because taking off their shoes is something that someone neat does. But if they were neat, they would clean up the blood.
Still
good
down
point.
there. And
Um,
they're gonna come back up soon to clean it up.
I mean, so we have 3 options here. We can open the trapdoor and go down there. We can knock on the trapdoor and try to bring them up, or we can leave.
And blow them up.
They could be innocent. They could just be trying to live.
Rest in peace, Frank.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Frank.
I don't know. I don't really trust people who drag bloody corpse thingies around underground to an
I mean,
evil
they could be the
cellar.
ones who are hurt and bleeding.
Yeah, but then why would they take off their shoes? If they have this capabilities to like stop and take off their shoes, put it at the right spot, then they wouldn't need to drag themselves to the cellar.
Keep in mind, this is a game. A video game made by people who do not necessarily think logically all the time.
Objection! Muddy boots. Clearly impossible. How would the pup ever be able to move if they took off their boots?
I'm actually for knocking, cause maybe they're nice like Sven.
Okay, I would also be in favor of knocking.
Alright, we can
If-
knock. But if it starts growling and I hold up a bomb.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I'm definitely holding my wrench in a fairly threatening manner, so I'd knock on the trapdoor.
And push it behind me, just like, nope.
Oh.
A very kind of hollow echo as you slam onto the trapdoor.
Not necessarily slam, but
There's no response.
Okay.
Right, now we just alerted our position to the scary thingy.
open the trapdoor.
Yeah, can we just open it? Let's just open
Yeah.
it.
It creaks open. And you look down. There's a ladder that leads down to sort of a small room.
And the blood still keeps going?
From here you can see there's a few drips of blood down there, yeah.
I'll grab. So there was like is it a candle or like a lamp?
Like
on
a
the
sort of
table?
electric lamp. Very old.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Like
are we
classic style with like a little handle, or is this something that you have to like?
It's
keep
more
in-
like a typical lamp, but without a lampshade kind of thing, just very bare bones
Oh,
lighting.
okay. Is it plugged in? Or
Yeah.
Is it? Does it reach over there? at
Yeah, you
all?
can pull it enough to sort of just about lean it down into the dark
Okay.
basement area. And you can see that the trail of blood, there seems to be just a splat on the ground, and then the trail leads to this kind of workbench area where there are various pots, actually, and this sort of leather-bound backpack-looking thing there as well. Some notes strewn about the place as well. Otherwise, you can see there are various tools set up against the wall in this place, badly organized, some sort of heaps of junk, and that's about what you see.
Where we go down, back to the boots. Are they men or women's? And I promise I'll leave it alone after that.
They appear to be men's boots,
Okay, that's all.
as best you can tell.
And I will never bring them up again. I'm sorry.
It's a very good point. It is an excellent point.
Another expensive or cheap steel toad.
I will call down into the darkness and just be like, we come in peace. Whoever's down here,
Dead silent.
we're
Well-
coming down.
Play with their pots, so
I drop into the hole.
You land down here. It's very musty. You see there is a little pull switch to turn on a light potentially.
I turn it on.
A very flimsy light illuminates part of this basement. You can see the dust floating in the air.
Okay, so is it just like, do I see anything else illuminated by the light? In
Piles of junk.
so
That's about
there's
it.
no one in here.
You
And-
cannot see
and-
anybody in here.
Where does the blood lead to?
It leads to the workbench and doesn't seem to go anywhere else.
is there anything growing in all of the pots?
You see that there is a red raccoon herb and a green one as well.
I take both of them.
Blink.
Is there any notes about the plants?
Yes, there are. Literally strewn across the workbench, there are various notes about the local flora of this place, noting about the medicinal properties found in the raccoon herbs, and how one with the appropriate tools could cultivate them and turn them into things that could heal wounds quickly. And you see a guide that effectively says if a green one is correctly cultivated and ingested, it can heal basic, moderate wounds, but a red and a green mixed together can heal even severe wounds. A red on its own has no purpose or function.
Okay, so I have how many do I have? I have 3. What color are all of
You
them?
have a green, green, red currently.
Green, green, red. Okay, cool. Great. Lovely. This is super boring, but I got information.
I've had her on. I'm proud of you. Good job.
You hear a
This-
strike of lightning from outside.
Oh shit.
Are we safe in here?
You
I
hear
don't know.
as rain starts to patter on the roof of this place. You can see that there's an area where the roof is poorly plugged from a leak and just drip.
Okay, it's just rain. It's not necessarily a Meyer storm. It's just rain.
What?
Okay.
Oh, a Meyerstorm is when the world gets mad and it makes lightning eat you.
You two have such great imaginations.
We're in the middle of a murder zone. I said.
She's just like, it's okay. Just lightning eats people.
There's a
Okay, just
Pickaxe
tend
up
to it.
against the wall that lands and cracks on the floor.
Wait, what up against the wall?
It was a pickaxe. Kind of just
Wait,
leaning
it cracks
against
the floor?
it. No, it just fell down and made sort of a cracking sound.
So while all this is happening, I would like to number 1, check the ceiling. That no one is hiding in the ceiling. Number 2, I want to search for any like compartments, passages,
Mhm.
stuff like that.
Okay, go ahead and make a clever roll. Oh,
That is a
5.
5.
So here's the lowdown on everything that you put together in this sort of you enter detect vision, which is a mechanic you stole from a completely different game, but suddenly you have access to it momentarily. Looking around, you effectively are so good at figuring out what happened here that you can see that there was somebody in this home who was kind of looking out the window, and then without any struggle, without any sign of anything strange happening, they suddenly fell to their knees, bleeding everywhere, and then dragged themselves to the basement and seemed to desperately try to create something to administer some sort of healing upon themselves, but they never quite got far enough. And it is illogical to you that there is not either a body here or a sign of them leaving.
I have a horrible feeling that something is in here with us,
Hello?
and it's not good.
So we crawl back up, we throw a bomb, and we just leave.
Yeah, that might be a good plan at this point, and I will go back up the ladder.
Okay, it creaks as you go up, and you exit out of the trapdoor. You see that it is raining quite hard outside, but nothing that all of you can't handle. What's the plan exactly?
I think
So here's the thing. What makes you think that it's still in the home and not like out in the storm?
Everyone froze
Uh-oh.
for a second
Oh.
there. I missed what you said, Cindy.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, what if it's not in the house, but it's like outside in the storm? Like,
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
What? what then? I assume it's good. It's really dark right now, right?
Yes, apart from the dim light of the lamp in this place, it is very dark here.
Yeah. And do Rosalind and Stoop see in the dark really well? Just out of curiosity.
They have no mechanical abilities to do so.
No.
Okay, it's
I
not like
see as well
D&D.
as a person or a dog, whatever I am at the moment.
I think dogs can see better in the dark than humans can.
That's true if you went into dog form.
Yeah, but other than that, okay. I'm just saying, I just don't know if going out is also
And
the
if we
best
go out,
idea.
where are we gonna go?
That's a good point.
Sven did say he would meet you back at the diner once she sorted out some
Yeah.
business.
Yeah, that's true. We could just go back to the diner and then go talk to the strange man.
Do you think the mist is gone now?
Oh no. How long have we been gone, roughly?
You've been sort of meandering around this maze of a graveyard for quite some time at this point.
Okay.
Do I just get the pots, get the books, and then leave? Do we have? Are there the tools down here as well?
Yeah, there are
the
other
backpack. Yeah.
gardening tools and things, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
The
need the
pickaxe.
gardening tools.
Did you pick up the backpack, Katie?
Yes, I will look through that and
Okay.
pick it up if it's useful. Actually, I'll pick it up anyways because it seems like I can carry things here.
It does,
So,
yes.
like, the backpack will be very good.
you have equip slots now.
Inside the backpack, you can see that there is a sawn-off shotgun, and
Oh!
2 shells.
Okay. Okay. So we've established that I don't know what a gun is.
For the sake of the existence that you have in this world, you can utilize any weapon, however.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, typically when you pick something up, it gives you, like, an inventory card or something
Yeah,
with the description
it's like
of it.
spinning
So,
around. Yeah.
yeah, okay. So, for the sake of my mental clarity, is this like a breech loading thing, or is this, like,
Yes.
do you crack it? Okay. Okay. So we have a gun, and we have 2 shells.
3 in total now.
3 total. That's true. I should be writing this down. Ammo tracking exists now. 3 shells. Okay. I will actually hold open the backpack and be like, okay, we can put whatever we need in here. So we're not all just like carrying loose things.
So we don't have inventory slots anymore?
You do. She just
I
has
mean-
2 more now.
Ah, okay.
And
Just
something
clarifying that I'm not
like-
carrying around
yeah.
pots in my hand.
Yeah. We have the nesting inventory now. We have the inventory, but then we also have a backpack inventory.
Nice. I like it. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good. We can just check the pots in there as well.
Yeah, and we can just head back over to the diner. Speaking of which, Mom, what's your life like? What do you do? Like, so you have a job? Do you have any friends? Do you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Like, what's your life like?
And she, like, I guess we're walking back at this point. She's like, well, if you must know, Mom is not really seeing anyone right now because, she wants to keep it slow. And, but if she ever does get a new boyfriend, you two will always come first. I promise.
She
Thanks.
says that as you open the shack door, and immediately outside you see a very tall figure in a rain-soaked anorak, completely barefoot, with no face, as
What?
they look and stare at you directly in the face, Stacy, and you see that their non-face rips open and several wormy creatures writhing around burst open towards you. And that's where we'll have a break, everybody.
What?
We will be
Oh.
right back. Stay tuned to see where things go from here. Will they make it out of this spooky place? We will have to see. We'll be right back. Is everybody good? Is everybody good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, be right back.
Yeah.
And we're back, everybody.
Ooh.
Where we just left off, there was a terrifying, faceless, eldritch horror that was just about to devour the face of Stacy. So, Stacy, this despicable, disgusting eldritch being is launching itself at you. What do you do to react to the situation?
Can I just close the door?
You would need to be very quick to do that, so go ahead and roll quick. We'll say,
Oh.
wrong number.
Oh no, that's a -1.
-1.
Oh no.
Delicious.
No.
Okay, that's
No.
listen. Sometimes you roll badly.
Should I re-roll this? What do you think, guys?
yeah,
You know what? I'll
Well,
re-roll
hold
this.
on. You can't just
Okay.
re-roll whatever. You gotta tell me what you're invoking
Oh.
to justify how you're doing something.
Oh,
that
I
makes
did. I did not know this.
No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
You're a new player.
Protective mother. The kids are behind me. Fuck this.
Okay, I'll buy
It
it.
is a present danger.
So you can either add 2 to the roll or re-roll it.
I re-rolled and I got a -2. So you know what?
That's
I hate my
delicious.
kids.
Okay. So let me just think about something real quick. Okay, cool.
Oh boy.
This creature lashes out at you with a 4 attack, which means you're about to take 6 points of damage. And the only way for you not to immediately be killed by this is if you take a severe consequence. So my question to you is, are you going to take a consequence, or would you like to be taken out?
I think I would like to take a consequence.
Okay.
Right, guys?
Good choice.
Can I invoke something in her favor?
Let's see. She's already invoked on her roll, so no more can be done there. You could
Oh,
potentially
never mind.
invoke on the beast,
Oh,
if you have
okay.
something that you
Then
can justify doing there.
I would like to use Stoop's defense. And
That was
kinda-
already used, I'm afraid.
Oh, never mind. I
Uh,
thought that was still on the board.
I'm not-
Okay.
I'll just take this severe.
Alright.
It'll be more interesting that way.
So you all see as the little sort of gem dongle above Stacy's head goes from a vibrant green to an immediate dark red, and it starts to fracture a little bit as this horrible creature lashes out with these terrible worms and just engulfs Stacy's entire head and starts sucking and biting and clawing away, and you just hear muffled screams coming out of this worm-like creature that is now attached to Stacy, and she only just manages to pull free, and you see she is just torn up and very badly injured, and the consequence I'm going to give you, Stacy, is going to be a consequence that you're going to write in your severe consequence section.
Okay,
So
yeah, I
pull
see
it
it.
up. I want you to write parasite.
No.
Oh.
No.
I got
no,
face
no,
hugged.
No.
How is everybody else reacting as this happens?
Throwing a bomb in his mouth.
I am right there.
He kind
No,
of
I'm
has
gonna like, pull you back
many
and then throw
small
a bomb.
wormy mouths rather than one big one.
There's
His
many
face
of
just
them?
opened up and it's just a bunch of worms, effectively. Just
Yeah, okay, well, I want to blow up some of them worms. I'm gonna pull my bomb back and
I-
throw worms.
While she's doing that, can I kick the thing out the door so it's gonna blow up outside?
Love it.
Spartacus kick.
Let's give-
Yes. And
let's-
slam the door shut.
Let's give Nevia +2 since you're helping her out. So go ahead and roll forceful as you try and lodge a bomb into this
Alright,
guy's.
so I'll make it a 7
face.
then.
Excellent. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You Spartan kick this eldritch being out. They go stumbling out, the sort of tentacle, the sort of wormy things flailing with their sharp teeth just gnashing at air. And while that happens, Rosalind, you chuck a bomb, and you see that the bombs in your inventory now have reached 0. As the bomb goes out, impacts with this thing right in its sort of weird face fissure, and it kind of like closes its face to reveal sort of the facelessness again, not realizing there's a bomb in there, and then 3, 2, 1, the entire shack is shaken. The windows smash from the force of the blow, and looking outside, you see that there is just a blown up lower torso connected to 2 legs with some muddy bare feet.
I think it's
I
dead.
need to want to throw the shoes at it and then run.
Sure. I pick up Mom and looking.
Okay. So you start to run for your lives. As you do so, you see that the remains of this creature kind of slump to the ground, and from the exposed wound on its abdomen, a worm shoots out, and then
No.
another one,
No.
and then
No.
another one,
No.
and
No.
then
No.
another
No.
one.
No.
Are we not
And
ready?
it starts lifting
running.
itself up, just dangling feet now, as this worm beast starts moving through the mud of this graveyard. And you're all running.
Like that?
So, go ahead and roll quickness to get out of it. One of you roll quickness. It can be whoever you want. And one of you roll clever to... Well, actually, you've already paved the way, so you don't need to do that. So just roll quickness for this to figure out how quickly you can evade this creature.
Is this something that I could use Neum for?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you get an automatic +2
Do you have
thanks to your stunt.
do you have zoomies?
Yes.
As a human. So imagine you go on all fours and just start running.
That's really weird, but like in the context of you being a dog, it's cute. As a human, it's
Kind of creepy. In the context of this game, kind of creepy.
right. Like we have this creepy worm thing with dangling legs, and then we have like a person running on all fours.
I like to think that Sven is like looking like in the distance. It's like, ha, nope.
Actually, at this point, could
Bloody
I just
tortoise.
turn into my giant wolf form?
If you spend a fate point.
Yeah, I will just bamf into wolf form with Mom on my back.
Okay.
And I am going to use Neum to get a +3, and we're gonna roll quick.
Alright,
okay,
and
that's
since
a
you
5.
invoked your wolf form, you can get either a reroll or a +2 in addition to that.
Okay, well, if I do another +2, then that's gonna be 2, 4, 6.
Seven.
6 total.
6, that's extremely good, well done. This creature is going to follow fast after you, but only gets a 3. I think during this moment, it is pouring with rain. However, there is a slight glint of light coming from the sky. As you can see, an ever so slight part of the clouds part, and a beam of moonlight comes down. And it gives you just the power you need, Stoobs, to transform into your beastly werewolf form. And you just start plowing through this decrepit graveyard, splattering the mud as you go. Bounding across, running from this foul creature, who now you can see sort of exploded fingers and skull fragments are slowly just worming their way towards to join up and refuse with this creature as it's just gangly moving through this place, chasing after you, and it like smashes into a mausoleum, gets stuck a little bit, just going and keeps trying to chase after you.
Rosalind, you remember fire? I think fire would be a good thing here if you still have that blowtorch.
I do have a blowtorch. Can you
It's-
get me close enough?
I will say it's a very close range weapon. Unless you just chuck the
Okay.
canister, that could do something too.
Well, we have the oil. I could just make an impromptu bomb.
It's true.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, a conflagration bomb. Yeah,
Yeah, no, I guess I'll do that.
Stu's,
Molotov cocktail.
as you're bounding through this place, you suddenly feel a death-like grip grab your arms and legs, as you can see various undead creatures are clawing out of their graves and grabbing onto you, trying to
no.
slow you down. This is not anything you need to roll against, but the aspect is now on the board of undead hindrance, let's call it.
Oh boy.
This is not an
And is this an
enjoyable
aspect of
situation.
just the terrain in general, or is this an aspect of the enemy that we are currently facing?
Of the terrain in general, so it can
Okay.
potentially be snuffed out by one of you using the overcome action.
Okay. How much is it decreasing my speed? I
Currently,
guess?
it's doing nothing. Sorry. Right now, basically, any next roll I could potentially invoke against you.
Okay.
So as of right now, there's nothing you need to be worried about.
Okay. Well, in order to set it on fire with whatever method we're using, we're probably gonna have to get closer to it.
If I can just, yeah, we just throw some. Yeah, we're gonna get closer.
Okay. Can I do a quick 180, or not necessarily 180, but like do a circle around and flank it potentially?
Potentially.
Can
Given
I-
the speed difference that you managed to generate, well, actually, what did you get? A 6
I got a
versus its 3?
6 total.
I think
Yeah.
that is enough for you to basically have enough of an advantage to flank it if you would like, so yes.
To loop around. Okay. Okay.
You bound
So,
over
yeah,
a grave and it kind of snaps and fractures underneath your paws, and you don't know what kind of terrible misfortune that's going to grant to you in this universe, but nothing can be done.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to just cantering up behind it, get Rosalind as close as we need to, within something, not as close as possible, just within reason. Within reason.
Within reason.
Okay. So, you bound close to this thing. The rain at this point is falling extremely heavily. You can see creatures pulling themselves out of the mud, just covered in this disgusting slime, as they are moving towards you, brandishing sharp nails and broken bones. It's unclear if they're working in unison with this creature, or if they're from two different properties. You're unsure at this time. But you manage to get close to this terrifying worm-like being that is currently kind of like pulling itself together a little bit, and then you run up next to it, and you seize the advantage. What are you doing, Rosalind?
I have oil. I have a flamethrower.
You quickly craft a Molotov cocktail, which is not something you realized you could do, but you discover the recipe, and you chuck it at this thing. So go ahead and roll forceful.
Bomb
Ooh,
crafting.
that's not good. I'm gonna re-roll that with reckless danger.
Yeah, that would apply.
Mm-hmm.
You light the fuse far too close to the explosive itself.
And it's still 2.
Still 2.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my god, these re-rolls are not being nice to any of us today.
You chuck the
No.
Molotov
We
cocktail.
got it too.
The oil explodes and kind of covers this creature, immolating it. Due to the rain, the oil is quickly washed away, even flaming as it is, and just the natural goopiness of this creature does not seem to worry about fire that much, and now it's going to retaliate.
Oh no.
Um,
Never mind. Never mind.
Stoops.
Fire not good.
Stoobs, how are you defending yourself as this thing lurches towards you and just fires bone fragments of its previous form at you?
Ooh. Ooh boy. I think there's a clever way to get out of this, so we're dodging. We're moving fast.
Okay, go ahead and roll quickness.
4.
And it gets a 5.
Oh.
So one of these things strikes you across the face, and you take 1 point of damage.
Okay. It's not bad.
It's what I would say if I were not invoking Undead Hindrance to make it harder to dodge, and reducing your roll by 2, meaning you now take 3 points of damage.
So can I
Oh.
actually use my last fate point to invoke something against that guy? Can I do that?
Potentially, yes, if you can justify it.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna invoke inconsistent sizing, and it was going to hit her, but then I glitch out and get, like, giant, so it just can't really reach anymore.
Interesting. Okay, so there's some weird collision boundary stuff happening as we are still inside a video game. So that sounds good. So basically, from that, you negate whatever bonus the undead grabbers were doing. So now you only take 1 from that, Stoobs.
Okay. So that still means that I have 2 boxes checked.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, the first is worth 1, second is worth 2, third is worth 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yes, there is a brief moment here. What is the plan? Stacy, you haven't done anything for a bit. What are you doing at this time?
Oh, am I not just like out and unconscious or something?
Yeah, no, you're still conscious.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You're just
Okay,
heavily
you sound
heavily
really
wounded.
hesitant. I mean,
Do you want to just drop some pots? Just
Yeah, we do have. I was thinking that, like, just throw pots at them.
yeah, I guess I just throw
Like,
pots at it. It's like Link. What?
Okay, is this to damage it, or are you trying to basically make a distraction or an advantage for yourself?
Just a distraction. I don't think
Okay.
I'm gonna damage it.
Caltrops.
Yeah, basically. All right, so you throw down these pots. Stoops, I assume you're running to leave this place.
I am booking it, man.
Okay, give me one more quick roll to see if you manage to escape the graveyard before this thing catches up to you.
Invoking Neum. Let's do
Alright,
this.
sounds good. So you get a 6, and it gets a 4. I'm going to.
That's technically an 8.
It's
because the
technically an 8.
+2. Yes.
Good to know. Good to know. Your eyes suddenly go blue, however, as you begin to blue screen.
Damn it!
So I'm going to ask you to re-roll that as I invoke your own trouble against you.
Oh, 3.
Oh, no.
3 plus
Is
2.
that still +2, so 5?
So yes, that's a 5. You still. So there's a moment where you see that Stoobs just glitches out. Stacy, you see that one of your daughter/dog has just frozen. Is there any kind of inspiring words or anything you do to help her out?
Oh, right. What? Am I still like? Is she still carrying me?
Yeah, I am basically like an uber dire wolf at this point.
Okay.
And I am carrying you both on my back.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll hop off and just like put you and put me in between like you and
Oh
the
no, no,
monster.
no, 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 no,
I'm doing my best.
Unexpected, but I like it. So yeah,
Oh no.
Stoobs at this time is completely frozen up, and you see this worm creature just moving closer and closer and closer. You see it pierces the skull of one of these undead things and just affixes it to its own form and starts breaking down bits of its bones and starts just spreading out parts of its body to form a larger part of itself with bigger claws and bone fragments, and it starts barreling down on you. Stoobs, your blue screening was moments, so you're quickly back again, but you realize that your mother is no longer with you.
Back up again, I get it.
You're so self-sacrificing.
Just go.
No.
You don't leave me behind, so I grab her by the freaking scruff of the neck.
All
And I
right.
drag her with
Do I have the scruff of my neck? I don't know.
As soon as you grab her, a bunch of worms bite into her as well and start grabbing. So I'm going to need a forceful contest to see who wins this game of
Oh no.
grab the shim mother.
Oh no.
It's tug of war. But shit.
Okay. I would like to invoke werewolf to get a +2 on this, but
Well,
I'm
don't do
gonna
anything until you see the roll, because it might
Oh yeah,
change how you want to do things. Oh, was that 2 what you just got?
yeah.
Sorry, I see. And then this gets
Oh my
this
god.
gets a 7.
Can I say werewolf to make you reroll?
You can. What about your werewolf form is making this thing worse?
Oh god.
Cindy, you can invoke stuff too. If you
I.
want.
What do I
God,
invoke here?
Anything that could not get you to die potentially, or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to die, we can have you be the second NPC through, just die, but...
What honor?
So something you could do, Cindy, is
yeah,
you
I'm
could
thinking this-
invoke your dialogue wheel to make this thing just stop as you try to have a
Yeah,
conversation
I think
about
I'll just
the
try to do
weather.
a dialogue reel.
I love it!
Okay,
It should be like a timeout. Everyone, timeout.
so go ahead and
Stop.
spend 1 fate point to do that. And I assume you want this thing to re-roll.
Yeah.
That's
It got a
7, my
4
dude.
instead.
Okay. So then I would still like to invoke my werewolfiness for
Okay.
myself,
All right.
Okay.
which will give us a tie.
It will give you a tie. So
Okay.
currently, you are being pulled in 2 directions, Stacy. Your werewolf daughter pulling you in one direction, and a hideous eldritch worm beast pulling you in another. You engaged it in a sort of discussion about the weather to sort of give it a bit of pause so it's not ripping you asunder right now, but you feel like if you don't do something right now, you are about to be in 2 pieces. So what do you do?
I like she's. I don't. Hey, what's this button do?
You're gonna use your ult? Oh!
Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking die. I don't want to die right. I don't want to die right here. I died later, but this feels a little silly.
So remind everybody what your super stunt, hey what this button do does.
Oh, okay, so, it's just a pause button. I found a pause button in the catalog. I'm not sure what it does. It's just 2 parallel lines. Never figured it quite out.
Suddenly, the rain stops mid-flight. The worm beast and its undulations freeze in place. The horrible, shambling mud zombies also freeze. And all time appears to have been completely stopped around you, save for the 3 of you.
Do I just get yanked back as? 'Cause-
Yeah, because I'm
Yes,
still going
with-
at full speed.
With no other
like-
force, you are able to pull your mother free, and in doing so, the time stoppage is gonna send a few cracks of red lightning throughout this place. And as they slowly worm through the area, immediately time is restored back to normal. But the worm beast is shocked to find that its prey has escaped its clutches, and by the time it looks up to where the rest of you are, you have ducked behind the wall that had been smashed with the lorry, and you are now back in the quiet, misty streets of this town.
Guys, I
That
feel
was
like we're
really cool magic, Mom. I don't know how you froze time, but that was really cool magic.
And she's a little shocked. She's like, to be honest with you, I wasn't actually sure what would happen if I just counted down from 5. And I guess that's what happens.
That's powerful. I'm gonna look at Rosalind. I think she's still an elder god.
There's something extraordinarily powerful about that lady.
Well, shall we go to
Family
the diner?
status. I don't want to upset her.
I don't.
Should-
Yeah.
Do you guys want to go to the diner? My hunger meter's a little low.
Oh yes, of course, Mom.
That's a great idea, Mom.
I'm gonna give you all a fate point for this. It's too good. It's too
Oh
good.
man.
As you go into the diner, you replenish your meters or lower them as needed. Stacy, those of you without those meters see that the black sort of mist that was seeping into this place is now gone. It seems to have been dispersed for now, and there's no sign of Sven.
Stacy
Oh,
takes a quick
God.
nap on the floor because her sleep meter is low.
Sorry, say that again.
Stacy just lies down on the floor. She doesn't collapse and die. She just lies down. She's like, all right, good night.
Oh, okay.
Can I check on her? See
Sure.
how she's doing? Because I
She's
read
doing
all
pretty
those
bad.
boring medicine notes.
Her health is low, and her she doesn't have a health bar traditionally like you do in Fantasia, so it's a bit hard to tell her health. But her little floating jewel is sort of a reddish orange right now. It is not great.
I feel like that's bad.
That's really bad. Okay, so I
The
got
Z line's
got the-
coming out.
I got medicine plants, right?
do,
And
yes.
I think red and green means yay when there's bad things.
Yes.
Cause I read notes.
Yes.
And it's,
Does Rosalind not know how to read yet?
Rosalind knows how to read. She doesn't fucking pay attention to anything. Like,
Fair.
legitimately, like, a conversation will happen and she won't remember any of the useful aspects of it. And she's really trying her best to remember. She likes cheating. She knows that her magic can, like, fix things so she doesn't have to try really hard. And that's kind of an issue when her magic is gone. So she can't
Oh.
cheat at anything anymore.
Oh,
That's fair.
Stoobs, are you still a werewolf form?
yes.
Okay.
pink green.
Do I have a werewolf meter now?
You do.
Oh no.
Oh no!
What's the status of my werewolf meter?
It's pretty low. Pretty low.
Oh. So that's probably going to mean that when I turn back into a human, I'm not going to be able to be a dog anymore.
Potentially, unless you find more of whatever this energy you need to turn.
Yeah. We have no idea how to replenish any of our meters.
Meanwhile, Stacy is sleeping in muddy footprints.
Ugh.
Muddy footprints you
Okay.
can see that lead to the bathroom.
Oh. Okay, you want to check that out? I'm gonna play with these
I'll-
plants and see if I can't figure something out.
Okay.
Yeah, I will actually. Can I drag like a chair or something over the door and like barricade it?
Yeah,
a little
absolutely.
bit?
That sounds like
Yeah.
a very good idea.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot to work with in the diner, but you get like a couple of the stools and just kind of jam them up in there and make sure it's
Yeah.
fairly sturdy.
Okay, I will push the bathroom door open with my nose and just go, Sven, you in here?
Okay, before we deal with that, let's do Rosalind's medicinal stuff. No roll required. I assume you're gonna mix a red with a green
Yeah.
to make the most potent of medicines. Okay, so you now only have a green left, but as you cultivate this thing and kind of combine the herbs together, somehow it forms this sort of medicinal pill that you're able to feed to your mother if you would like to.
I was wondering if I couldn't use my ult a little bit in this. It's not a
Oh.
magical bomb, but it's a magical
Oh.
potion.
Go
and my
on.
ult allows me to affect a larger area. So I was wondering if I couldn't make 2 out of it with my ult.
Ooh.
Okay.
Because Rosalind does have a history of gardening and like flowers,
Yeah,
so I'm not taking it
absolutely.
out of nowhere. Like
I-
this fits in her area of expertise.
I don't think it creates a second one. I think basically what you could do is infuse that with a magic so that if you ever used it, it would affect everybody instead of just one person at the time it's administered, if that makes sense.
That's pretty
Okay,
cool.
yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll wait on it. Then now that I have it ready to go.
Okay, sounds good. So you have a
Oh, actually, how injured did Stoops get? How many checkpoints?
I have 2 stress boxes.
You have 2
right now.
Okay, you have 2 stress boxes. You have 3. This is actually not a
I
bad
have-
time to heal up both of you with that.
Wait, don't I only have one, but one consequence? Is that how it works? Or does I have 3 and a consequence?
No, I think you're correct, yes. Consequence is different from stress boxes, but you did not
Okay.
have the stress boxes needed to mitigate the massive damage you took, which is why you took a consequence.
Right, so I just
instead.
instantly took the consequence, but I didn't max out the stress
Yes.
boxes.
So I will
Okay.
say, right off the bat, these medicinal herbs only affect stress boxes. A
Ew.
red-green combo will get rid of any 2, and a green will get rid of any 1.
Okay,
So let's wait on it, maybe.
let's wait on it then.
Okay.
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 So there is So we gotta find a way to get rid of the parasite.
You don't know that there's a
We don't.
parasite.
I don't know if you guys know.
We have
It's there
no
yet.
idea.
I'm just gonna just
Wait.
be lying there. and just
Okay,
blah,
I can see
alien.
status effects though. Like that's my whole creation. So
You
wouldn't
could
I
in
be able-
Phantasria. In this place, not so much.
Yeah, this seems to be affecting like the very essence of how our characters function.
As long as we get out fast enough to the real world, I can fix her. We just need to get back to
Yeah.
Phantasria.
So Stoobs, you kind of like open up the bathroom to see if Sven is around, and you see him. He's facing a corner,
That's
stone
creepy.
still.
That's really creepy.
Bud,
He does not respond.
I back out of the bathroom.
You see that nearby, next to him on a sink, there is a hastily scrawled note and a ring of keys.
I'm gonna turn to Rosalind. I'm just gonna say we might have trouble. In, like,
Bomb
2
trouble or
seconds.
sword trouble?
Sword trouble.
Why is there
I don't think we want to.
classifications?
I don't think we want to lose our only last place of shelter.
Okay, do you want me to stab him? Am I stabbing something? I don't know what's there, but I can stab it.
I don't know. 1 second. I will. I turn back human.
Hmm.
Okay. So I'm gonna walk in. I have the wrench. like a freaking game of Clue. I have the wrench. And I'm going to cautiously approach as quietly as possible and look at the note.
Please roll stealth for me.
Oh, this is
Oh, sneaky. That's stealth.
Sneaky,
Oh,
sorry.
bad.
Yeah, no, you're good.
'Kay.
That's a cheat.
2.
You get close enough to see the note. You see that it was it's kind of a bit of a scroll. You can read it if you would like.
Yes, I would like to read it.
I can show you what it says, and I can narrate that as well. It says, "Forgive me. I thought I had more time. This town is illogical, a hellish maze. There are things here, each a nightmare in its own right, trying to outdo one another. But there is a way out. Hospital, and then there's an arrow, morgue. Castle, another arrow, catacombs. And school, another arrow, secret door in principal's office. Lion, unicorn, dragon, snake. My keyring will open the doors. It's up to you to survive what lies behind them. So tired. So much blood. 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 She sees me."
Okay. I set down the wrench.
King.
I pull out the shotgun. I put in 1 shell. I go up right behind him at point blank range and just think to myself, this will be faster for him. And I pull the trigger.
Okay. I'm gonna say no roll is required for this. I think this just works.
Oh God.
Okay, you blam. The rest of you just hear this blast go off in the adjoining bathroom. The shell basically slams into Sven, and he is obliterated. Slumps up against the wall, and then his head does a 180, and he looks at you, and he starts motioning towards you. And at that exact moment, there is a glint of something as a massive, sharpened butcher's cleaver slams through the wall behind him and skewers him through the hole you just created and raises him to the sky. And you see a creature about 7 or 8 feet tall holding this butcher's cleaver that is now just cleaving through the wall of this place, shrouded in this black mist with a big cylindrical cage for a head.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I
No.
don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I wasted magic on him, and then he just goes and dies.
Oh boy. I mean,
He
he
was
was
alone.
he was dead, right? I didn't just kill
No,
his
he
head
was left
did a
alone for
180.
20 minutes. 20 minutes by himself. Oh no, I'm gonna go die in 20 minutes.
What are you doing, Stoobs?
You have to
I
be.
grab the keys, I grab the note, I grab the wrench, and I leave.
The walls smash open as Cylinder Head with this massive cleaver just smashes everything out of the way and starts stomping through in a furious, bloody rage, this black mist seeping in everywhere near where he is going. You run outside. Roz and a sleeping Stacy. Stacy, do you think the commotion woke you up, or are you still asleep?
How do
Definitely
Sims
screaming
wake
at
up?
this point as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Do Sims wake up? Yeah.
No,
Just-
Sims have to. You have to like cancel your action, and then you'll wake up. Otherwise,
Oh.
In that case, you see a fleeing Stoobs. Rosalind, you know there's something very bad happening. You see the bathroom is being obliterated by something, and as you're both getting ready to kind of fling the stools out of the way to exit this place, you realize that Stacy is still sleeping.
Mom.
I like slap her face and just grab her.
Action canceled. Wakes up. What's going on?
Roll quickness, Stoobs, to slap
Oh,
this
boy.
person awake to escape this nightmare. 4 is going to be sufficient. You shake her furiously and just throw her out the window, the doors effectively. And the 3 of you start to flee through the misty streets. And you don't look back as you just hear the destruction happening behind you. And then the doors smash open. And this looming, blood-soaked figure just starts stomping through the streets, dragging this massive wicked blade behind him, following your trail.
Oh,
Gross.
oh my God! Like, there's no way that we can take this thing on. We gotta book it. Does this look like the thing that fell from the sky?
No.
Okay.
That's not good. That's
Oh boy. Okay. So
This
I
is
have
fine.
I know the list. I'm assuming that we have to get to the hospital, and then go to the morgue, then go to the castle, to the catacombs, to the school, and then the secret door.
Or does the hospital equal the morgue, and like it'll switch into each other because the places are weird?
I don't know. All we know is that the first clue is hospital. So do we see a hospital anywhere?
You've been lost in these streets in its kind of maze-like qualities for quite some time. You feel like, given the chase that Cylinder Head is giving you right now, new pathways are available that weren't previously there before. Chain link fencing moving to one side, barbed wire just shifting and moving around at your approach. And you seize the opportunity to explore new areas, and soon enough you find yourselves in front of a decrepit hospital with an overturned ambulance out front.
Okay.
Well, let's.
And you hear him, he's still coming behind you.
Okay,
in
okay,
the
okay,
hospital.
let's go in the scary hospital.
Okay, you rush inside. the automatic doors are not working, but you can easily kind of pry them to one side and go in. This place is desolate, destroyed, blood everywhere. Something terrible happened here. Papers strewn about, clipboards, various medical supplies just all over the place. It is not a good situation by any means. Now, here is a choice but in front of the three of you. You can either take an elevator in front of you straight to the morgue to try and get out of here as soon as possible, or you could take some time to do a little bit of exploration. Obviously, if Cylinder Head comes, you can run as soon as you want to. But if you want to take some time to explore, you could potentially replenish some of your resources. So which of those choices would you like to make? Or anything in between?
We are so low on stuff.
I know, we're, Hey, Mom!
Yes?
How do you feel about either, just getting out of here or maybe having better chances of surviving things? I don't know, how are you feeling about looking around here?
Well, I'd honestly be okay looking around and replenishing supplies, because I'm out of money.
Ah, okay. So yeah, I think we're gonna look
if you're
around.
okay with it, I don't care either way.
I
Okay.
feel like we desperately need medicine.
Why don't the
Well-
three of you quickly describe to me what you're doing to search through this place? Oh, sorry, Rosalind, was there something you were going to say?
I was just gonna say, well, or okay on medicine, because I got us the 2 thingy on that, so we
two
got
for one,
some
yeah.
medicine. I think we need more ways of attacks. Like if we
That's-
can find
yeah.
poisons in here, things that we can inject the monsters in, that would be better.
Okay.
Or magic quick slap. You drink this and you have more magic. That would be great.
Okay. All right. So I would like to do a very methodical search. I want to figure out the layout and
Okay.
then kind of figure out where would supplies most likely be located, that kind of a thing.
Roll careful for you, Stoobs. What about the other two?
I am going to watch. I'm going to stand watch because careful is not my greatest skill, and I feel like searching has more to do with that. So I'll just be on watch duty.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just give you a free boost, if that's the case then, of just on watch. So if something does make you spring to action in this venue, then you can immediately use that if you would like. Alright, so I'll put that down. Stacy, what are you doing in this place?
Man, I don't really know. Can I just try to walk around and just try to sell stuff? Think of this as
Sell stuff.
you just select pieces of good furniture and you try to resell it, right?
Yeah, no, you can literally
Oh, I
if you put things
see.
in your inventory, you can sell it. There's a lot of stuff you can sell too.
I thought you meant meet with a person to trade with. I was like, wait, you're not gonna find that. But you mean just ka-ching, 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 kind of just
yeah.
sounds good.
If possible.
Yeah, no, I really like that. Let's go. I think you'll have to invoke your catalog ability to do that. So spend a fate point.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And in doing so, basically, you sell a bunch of things. Let's see. Well, say you put them on the market. So why don't you go ahead and roll flashy to see how well you sell these items to a potential much nicer, happier place. Blood-covered IV stand. $40. Oh, sorry. Shimoleons.
40 simoleons.
Ripped
That's a
doctor's
2.
outfit.
Oh man.
That's a 2. Okay, so with all of that, I think, Stoobs, you find 2 items. You find another shotgun shell, and you find a syringe of something called, what would it be called? Distilled... Why don't you come up with a name? But basically, it's moon juice in a syringe. So when you pick it up, you immediately realize, oh, I can use this to recover a degree of your werewolf powers.
Okay. Moon juice is good.
Sounds good. Great.
Oh god.
So, Stacy, you're kind of busy selling these things on the sort of shim Craigslist, and you instantly get some very avid people who are very into, like, ooh, yeah, really want to add this to my spooky home I'm making for Halloween. And you're like, yep, blood's definitely not real. Please give me money now. And in doing so, yeah, you get some cashola, which means you can now potentially afford more expensive things when you use your catalog ability again.
Nice.
And I think a 2 is good enough for me to refund that fate point as well. So go ahead and take that back.
Nice.
All right. At this time, the crackling of the radio starts to be heard on Stu's belt as you hear the sound of these very strange looking sort of bright light orb creatures just rolling around and just like finding something of interest and just sort of like prodding at it with these really weird human arms, and then they kind of like roll around a little bit more. They kind of like feel some of the blood, and then you see massive teeth open up and try and devour this thing and realize, oh, it's just blood, and then moving along. Would you like to evade or attack these creatures that you see roaming around this place?
Wait, they're like little round balls?
The little round balls, and one just made an appendage appear when it needed.
That's like kind of cute.
The radio is crackling. They're undead.
No, I don't have a pet yet. And there's 8 episodes.
This is a little too desperate, isn't it?
I think if you want a pet, Stacy would buy you a pet.
Yeah, I guess. Mom?
Oh my god.
Can I have a pet?
At the
Also,
sound of
I would
this,
just like to say, as someone who is part-time a dog, this feels weird.
You're not my pet, though. You're my family.
aw, as you make this very sweet ruckus, a number of these orb creatures suddenly realize that you're all here, and in doing so, they just go and let out this little bit of energy. I need all of you to make a, will this be a clever roll,
Oh no.
as you feel some sort of otherworldly presence
Ooh,
slapping
ooh,
into
I
your
think
mind.
that's the lowest clever roll I've ever gotten. That's
Oh,
a
no.
0.
That's not good.
That's not good.
I
Okay,
got a 3.
very good. And Stacy, for your clever roll,
Oh no.
you get a... Is it showing up for you? Cindy? Cindy,
Oh, sorry.
you
What?
there? Clever roll.
Oh, I didn't know that was me as well. That's a -1.
Okay,
Obviously.
so
Oh,
Rosalind,
boy.
these kind of like waves of energy kind of wash over you and your companions. You feel nothing out of the ordinary, and you go, oh, they make pretty lights. That's nice. Until you realize 2 figures are moving forward, and it's your mother and Stoobs, who are now stupefied, trance-like, moving towards these things, and the little orb creatures start to grow claws, and then a big mouth just getting ready for these 2 to walk straight into them.
I don't let them.
Do you just grab these 2 and run?
I don't know if I'm strong or big enough for that. You know what? My force feels pretty good, so I attempt to drag them.
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead and roll forceful.
6.
D-
I am.
Wow.
Nice.
You feel like they're not pulling particularly strongly when sort of stupefied by this presence, so you just pick them up and just start running. You are now, I assume, a big fairy in this moment. And to get away from these monsters, you get into the elevator and head on down to the morgue.
I think that didn't work on me, not because I'm particularly clever, but just because there was not a lot there for it to latch onto. I'm like, what if I make that my pet? That could be fun. And the lights are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Stoobs and Stacy, you both kind of awake from this dreamlike state where you both realize for a second, Stoobs, for you, you were kind of following up, chasing something that you really wanted. What was it? Or going to somebody who meant a lot to you, or something like that.
Ooh. Ooh. I think that she had like a vision of all of the people that they've met so far, like everyone who's helped them, plus Rosalind and Stacy, like having
Yeah.
a nice picnic, and so she was like running through a field to catch up with them or something.
Aw.
So that's the stupid you wake from. Stacy, what about you?
Just like a happy dream.
Yeah.
She just, I think, just in the catalog, there's like this perfect armoire that was accidentally missing a couple of zeros that she really, really wants, and she's just right about to buy it, and then poof.
Okay, so you have
Oh.
almost walking into the jaws of death because friendship and family, and because a sale. But you're awoken kind of from your haze by the ding of the elevator as it reaches the morgue level. You realize at this time that the hospital has changed somewhat from a typical modern hospital to a rather dark and very scary, run-down sanatorium. Very old school. And you now find yourselves in sort of the shiny tiled area that is the morgue. You see several body cadaver lockers and several overturned gurneys and a big furnace in this place, but also a ramp that seems to lead out to an exit as well.
When you say furnace,
Yes.
you do not mean
For heating? No, I mean for burning.
Great. Lovely. Okay.
Man, I was really hoping that it wasn't gonna be a crematorium, but it is. Okay.
So, I guess we should try to get out of here, and then
we have to go through this area, I think, to get to the castle. What's
Castle?
next?
What was on the note?
Yeah, so it goes hospital to morgue, castle to catacombs, school to secret door and principal's office.
so how do we?
Like the ending part, it's kind of like a song. So much blood, 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 blood. She sees me. Whoa! It's kind of like a little song.
So is there doors that go through, or do we have to? Is there like a door here? I guess.
Not really. It looks like just a long corridor leading to sort of a truck or hearse loading bay.
I think that's our way out.
The fire?
No, so the loading bay, there's a door. Is there a door that goes up and down?
Yes.
Right? Or does it? Okay.
Big.
I think
big
through
loading
the
door.
loading bay area, we can get out.
All right, let's just run really fast because you guys got distracted before, so I don't trust you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It was like a very nice dream, and then we were in the elevator. So thank you for whatever you did.
Yeah, no, I just dragged you because you guys were like, "Oh, let's go to the light."
That was just the perfect mahogany for. I just matched everything perfectly. Sorry. Yes. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's go fast. Zoom.
I'm gonna need a quickness roll from everybody as you make your way down this corridor,
God,
getting
I
ready
am-
to leave.
I am not fast.
Okay,
Put up.
Baymax. I got a 4.
Nice.
Sydney, wait, what set are you good in?
Literally just. Thanks, Nemi. Literally just forceful. Literally just forceful, and it's.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. No, because
Yeah.
we've been rolling a lot of them, and I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm
Yeah, literally just forceful, and
Oh,
I think and
man.
flashy as well because Sims.
that makes
That's
a
a
lot
bonus.
of sense. That's
Or
totally
sh-
fine,
shrimps.
and
Yes.
I like that. I was just curious.
So, Stoobs, you make your way down this corridor and you get to the loading bay area, and you kind of look for a switch to open up the door to get out of this place, and you find one fairly quickly. But you very quickly realize your companions are not with you. They're just kind of like still in the corridor, just standing there. And to the perceptions of the two of you, you are still walking down this corridor that seems to stretch on far longer than you ever realized. And so you keep walking, And you keep walking, and you keep walking, and you think it must be some sort of trick of the light that this is actually a far longer corridor. But wait, there's Stoops. How's this working? So you start running, and you make no progress in your runs. And then you both hear a sound of twitching come from one of the cadavers that kicks open one of the doors. And it slumps out. You hear some bones breaking as it slaps on the floor. And it crawls up to the furnace and just goes... And you hear this creature say, "There's more." And then suddenly the furnace door flies open with flames. And two flaming hands reach and grab the edge of it. And a flaming humanoid creature crawls out of the furnace, lands their flaming feet on the floor, stands very upright, and then just starts walking very slowly towards both Rosalind and Stacy.
Like this, Mom.
Can I buy a fire extinguisher?
You do have funds, so if you would like to invoke your catalog, you can absolutely buy a...
I want to buy a fire extinguisher.
Go ahead and spend a fate point.
Okay.
I love it.
That's so smart.
I'm gonna get rid of Overwatch. And suddenly, a fire extinguisher appears in your hands.
Yeah, I spray the shit out of this with a fire extinguisher.
Okay, forceful, I guess. Go.
Oh my god.
I gotta say,
That's a 6.
there's a lot of things. I'm not gonna bother to roll. You fire this fire extinguisher at this creature, and immediately you just hear as you douse it in foam and just keep standing there spraying and spraying and spraying and spraying. This thing does not seem to be relenting. It certainly hates what's happening right now, but it gives you and Rosalind enough time to sort of break free of whatever strange phenomenon you're under to sort of back up and go and join Stoobs in the loading bay area. And soon the fire extinguisher goes and starts running out of foam. And with a skill you've only seen exhibited by Danky Kang in the past, the two of you see this soccer mom chuck this fire extinguisher that clangs into the head of this flaming creature, and it falls into a pile of doused flames and just so much foam. And it starts sort of like groping very ineffectually at the area, trying to reconstitute itself, which it is. You can see the fires are growing again, but it's taking a while, giving you the opportunity to slip away. All right, you open up the door, and you see it opens a bit more slowly than you would like, and you kind of look back at this flaming creature and realize, oh, he's gonna be out for a while. It's okay.
Okay.
That is until you see a secondary flame creature crawl out of the furnace.
Oh no!
But you quickly leave, you slam the door behind you, back away, hope that that's the last to see of that, and you turn around and you see that you are on a very old bridge. Long, stone bridge. There is no reason for this to be here. The town you were once in, it seems to be below you now on this bridge, which leads to a very dark and foreboding castle just ahead of you.
Okay.
Much blood. Blood. She sees me. See, I feel like it fits this world if we just make it into a song as we walk around.
To me,
Rosie,
that
dear,
just makes
please,
it
please
a little
don't.
more creepy. But, hey, Mom. Oh, good job. Good job back there.
Mom, you freaking killed that.
Well, she's like, well, you know, you shouldn't play with matches or fire yet, so.
I look at my flame door.
And then she just looks at her, she's like, we'll talk about it when we get home, okay? Let's just try to get home.
Okay.
Her stink meter is like starting to fill up. And, like,
Just
she looks
pit
like
stains.
pit stains. She's like
Bedraggled.
like just bedraggled. Just like, let's just get home.
Okay.
Who knew
So-
kids would be so much work, eh?
So are we just gonna plow through this, or are we gonna go carefully? What you guys think? Fast?
It's a bridge. It'll probably break in the middle. That's what most bridges do.
I mean, yes, most likely. So we should probably go as fast as possible to try to get across before it breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
if not, be ready to hold on. So that way when it breaks, you're grabbing on the part that's falling.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So you start running as fast as you can across the bridge. I imagine that Stacy is doing sort of a power walk kind of thing.
Yes.
Just like on the treadmill, just.
And yeah, you get closer and closer to this very sort of typical old-timey castle. And soon enough, there are gargoyles that appear on the edge of this bridge, greeting you to this place. And you can see that there is a large wooden door right at the front that has a massive sort of brass knocker on the front.
I knock on the door.
Do you use the knocker or just with your fist?
No, I use a knocker. I
Okay.
have some manners
Bam,
occasionally.
bam, bam, bam. You knock on the door, and in unison, the doors creak open.
Okay.
Okay. How's everybody looking? Do we need like a medicine break, or is everyone still good?
We're actually still good.
I mean, yeah, we haven't taken any more damage other than what we took before we started
Okay.
this leg of the journey.
We're doing a lot better than early game.
Yeah.
That was rough.
That's survival
That
horror
was
for
really
you.
rough.
Okay, so you enter into this castle.
Yeah.
Yes, this is maybe a little more familiar to us, so yeah.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
castle's
it's
like
true.
You guys are just walking. You're just like, I know what a castle is. Heck yeah.
When you
yeah,
enter
it's
into
like,
this
is
place,
normal.
there is a very large, sort of grand hall that you enter, and something that's very apparent immediately is the sound of a very large clock ticking, just a echoing throughout this place. And you can see that sort of in the middle of two large staircases that lead up to sort of a mezzanine area, there is a massive, beautifully ornate clockwork. Why did I say clockwork? Clock. It's not digital. Before you. And it seems very old. It's kind of covered in cobwebs and dust, but it's still ticking. It still seems to be working just fine. And it is about a minute away from striking midnight.
I don't trust like though. I feel like we should break the clock.
Yeah. I feel like if it's I punch the clock face.
Just to
Or I
establish the
swing
scene.
the wrench at
It
the
is-
clock face.
This clock is built into the wall, so it is
Oh,
about
okay.
2 stories high or so. But you can still feel free if you would like to wail on it. You absolutely can. See, it's a massive
yeah, we'll
pendulum.
Yeah, we'll see
We
if
don't trust
disrupting
this clock.
the pendulum does anything.
If just
So-
smashing the pendulum. Okay, go ahead and roll
Yeah.
forceful. As you smash it with your wrench.
That is a 0.
You land the wrench hard onto sort of the glass exterior. You don't make so much as a scratch. And a couple of seconds go by. And you hear ding,
Oh no.
ding, ding. And suddenly you hear shuffling in the darkness. An unusual sound. It's like somebody's got like a burlap sack that they're just kind of like furiously pulling across the ground and just throwing over things. And there's several of those noises. And it's just this weird sort of shifting sound moving in on your location with the occasional something is getting closer and you can hear your radio go.
Okay, are there any hallways in front of us? Is there any way out of here?
This place, there are many halls, different sort of adjoining places.
Any signpostings, anything that would indicate where the catacombs are? Any staircases going down?
No.
Take a action and let's just go.
I go to the right.
Okay, you open up one of the doors to the right and you see that you enter some kind of really nice lounge area. You can't really tell what kind of furniture is here because everything has been covered with these white sheets. But there is sort of a large a cabinet. There's couches and a nice big fireplace, and there's big dusty curtains. You don't know what they're overlooking because they're currently drawn. And you enter this room, and you realize the sound of the clock is still going, duh, duh, and the sound of this shuffling gets very close up to the door. What are you all doing now?
So if we can't break the clock, maybe Mom can sell it?
She... Are we trying to still? We should just get to the catacombs, though, right?
I mean, yeah, we need to get to the catacombs, but we don't know where that is, and there's currently the undead at the door.
So if we get rid of the clock, maybe we can just, have a
thinking
nice
that-
stroll through this castle.
I was wondering, catacombs are usually in the basement. Can you not just throw a bomb and then we can just jump
I
down?
don't have any more bombs. I was
Oh.
given 2.
Yeah,
Even back when
and-
I first started with bombs, I was given 3. This world is mean.
I love the way you said this word.
are there any other doors in this room?
Yes, there is another adjoining door. You don't see where it leads to yet.
Which way is that going? Like right, left?
Forward, so north, effectively.
Okay, I open it.
Okay, you open it up. As soon as you open that door, the door behind you also opens up, and you see some sort of really just badly cobbled together, about 7 or so foot tall ragdoll-like creature, wrapped in burlap, stitched very poorly and sloppily with these massive threads that go through it. It has one big button on what resembles its head and a big cross stitch on the rest of it. It has a few needles sticking out of it, and one of its arms is a sewing needle that is about the size of Stacy. And as soon as you do that, the clock suddenly stops ringing, and this creature freezes in place. As do the other creatures, similar to it behind it, but sort of disfigured in different ways, standing right behind it. And then you just hear...
So it only moves when the clock is ringing?
So we have 15-minute increments between a clock's traditional chiming to do anything.
Oh, we catch it on fire, right? That's the plan.
Yeah, it's made of cloth. Catch it on fire.
It's
I
made
catch
of
the
clock.
scary doll on fire.
Okay, you get your blowtorch out and you start to start trying to ignite it. The closer you get, the more twisty you see this thing is, how it's just composed of all these scraps of rags, and it's got some sort of stuffing just pouring out of it as well. Go ahead and roll Forceful to ignite this thing.
All right, scary demon doll. Guess what? I don't like you very much. You have this silly looking face, and whoever designed you didn't do it well. They should have done it better. And I still haven't found Forceful yet. Here we go. 6.
Okay, so here's what happens. You use the blowtorch on these things, and you are immediately hit for 6 points of damage. As all of their heads snap towards you at once, and you don't hear anything except for in your mind, except for, "You should be nice to your toys."
Oh no!
Oh no.
So Rosalind,
So,
what's the health situation?
oh no!
Well, I guess it's.
So you
consequence.
could check all of your stress.
I could
boxes
check
and
all of
not-
mine because
No,
I didn't.
only
I don't have
only
any.
one stress box per injury. One stress box
Oh.
and one consequence per injury.
Oh.
Okay, so I guess I'll check the 3.
Okay, check the 3, so that means you need to reduce it by 3 again, so you'd have to do a moderate consequence.
Yeah. I'll just take the consequence. I have another fame point, so I can make it less bad, but it's fine. I'll just take the consequence.
Would you like just a single severe consequence, or a moderate and a stress box? 'Cause those are
Moderate is the one. How long does moderate last? How many sessions?
A couple of
usually?
sessions, usually.
Moderate's fine.
Okay, so moderate, and then your third stress box is gone.
Yes.
We will call this injury a self-inflicted burn, as you feel there's just a massive burned scorch mark on whatever part of the body matches up to the part you were trying to set on fire.
Oh, that's not fun.
Okay, so we can't hurt them.
No.
But I'm on
Okay.
fire, so this isn't fun.
Maybe we can
This is
find
why
a
we
way.
don't play with fire, kids.
Maybe we can find a way to trap them or restrain them, but we gotta move.
Can we not just keep running and just keep running?
I mean, yeah, but we might run out of. What's through this door that we opened?
Okay, you go into another door. It seems to adjoin to some sort of lavish dining room, and there are more doors that lead out of this place. You do notice that in this room there is one of those disfigured sort of sack creatures standing, sort of sitting at the dining table, just waiting for something. But of course, it is currently in stasis.
Okay.
Can I not just open the door to like the ticking thing and just like hold the pendulum still or rip out the pendulum?
Would you like to return to the Grand Hall and mess with the clock?
Yeah, if we can get through that
Yeah,
door.
let's just do that because if each door has one of them, then that's just gonna make it infinitely worse.
Okay.
Well,
See.
how much time do you think we have left? Should we hide for now and then like wait for the next break?
So we don't know exactly how the chimes on this clock works, but typically a grandfather clock will chime every 15 minutes. And so at the top of the hour is when there's the most chimes, if it's following the typical like
Okay,
Western chime
so
pattern.
at most like 4 per hour.
Right. But like in game, how much time did going through 2 rooms take?
About a minute.
Okay, so we're
Okay,
still
yeah, so we
really
can-
good on time then.
Yeah.
So we can we could just burst through all these rooms.
That's the point where you hear dun,
Shit.
dun,
I open one of the doors.
and the one at the dining table immediately looks at you, and you see parts of threads just start to move around, and it lashes out with these threads, trying to sew one of you up as quickly as they can. So they're going to create an advantage, actually,
No.
using their quickness. So they... Oh, goodness, that's a super success, everybody, with a 6.
No.
So I'm going to create a 2 free invocation situation, which I'm just going to call threads. Basically, these threads are almost alive in the way they move, and they are now ready and poised to do terrible, terrible things. What are the rest of you doing?
Where are the doors in this room?
There's one to the north and one to the west.
Do we want to go back to the Great Hall to like just
There's
stop
more
the
of those
clock?
things in there right now that are moving.
Okay, so
Let's
let's
just somewhere new.
So, to the west.
Okay, you enter through a western doorway. This is kind of more of a lounge area, sort of an after-dinner place. Seems very cozy, or maybe it once was, but right now it's covered in cobwebs and white sheets and other things. You notice there are a few drips of red blood on the ground, and looking up, you can see what you assume were the previous servants of this place stitched to the ceiling, their eyes and mouths
Oh.
wide open in anguish. They appear to be dead.
Okay.
Thanks for the last part.
The creature behind you started moving up with these threads and then has frozen once again.
Okay. Doors in this room.
There is one to the north.
To the... No, okay. I will open that one as well.
Okay, you enter a sort of servants' quarters area. Looks like sort of a staging place for delivering food and beverages and such. Everything here is a little bit more run down. You see various sort of drinks containers and food containers completely tarnished. You also smell rotten food, and it is not, this foul smell is not coming from Stacy for a change. But you do see there are 2 doors. Sorry, there are 3 doors actually. 2 to the north, 1 to the east.
To the
Really
east.
hope-
And I'm assuming... Okay, so that leads back to the room that we didn't go in before. So, I just want to look through the doors to the north.
First
I'm
one
assuming
seems to be a
since there's two,
staircase
they're
going
probably
up.
just-
One is a staircase going down.
Down.
oh down.
Okay. So you start running down. You enter sort of a servants' quarters areas of this place, and you can see that there are more of these people who are sewn to the ceiling. And then you hear dun dun dun, and then a scramble of these things. One of them bursts in from an adjoining room. Instead of a needle, they have 2 massive scissor blades for arms, and they just run straight at you, Stoobs, and go. So please tell me what
Okay.
you're doing to avoid such a fate.
Dodging!
Sounds good. Go ahead, roll quickness.
That's a 1.
That is a 1. And this creature got a 5.
Oh dang it!
Okay, so I'm going to take my last stress box, and I will take a, what is this, a mild or a moderate?
A minor consequence.
Okay.
Okay.
So I currently still have lingering wounds.
Ah, then you cannot. You'd have to take a moderate consequence then.
Ah, okay.
Please label this consequence. Stitched up. Because
Oh.
you are very quickly slashed by this creature, and the tendrils of thread coming from the next room catch up to you and start trying to alter the way your typical physicality is. I won't go into any more
Oh.
gory details, but it's rough.
Okay.
And then stasis.
Okay. Okay.
Doors. What doors in front of us?
You see a door leading to the south and one to the west that had this thing burst out of it.
Southwest. Okay, I did not leave enough space on this paper. Okay. I will. Ooh, so this is as low as those staircases went, right? It didn't go
Yes.
any further down.
Took
Okay.
you straight to this place.
Okay, let's check. Just open the one to the. I just open both the doors and peek inside each of them. I don't do a full search just to see what's in there.
Okay. Quickly glancing into the room to the west, you see some kind of seamster room. It looks like there are some clothes here, various tools to fix and patch up clothing, or sew people together as it was, because you see that there is definitely a person who is sewn up like a mannequin from ceiling to floor in this place.
Who closes that door?
Close that door. The other one you see is stairs that lead down.
That's the
Ooh,
great
we're
one. Let's
down.
go with the
Okay.
stairs.
Okay, you rush down those stairs, and you have entered a sort of wine cellar area. Big,
Okay.
old
Okay, we're getting
kegs
closer.
Okay.
of
we're getting
something.
there.
And there is a door to the east and to the west.
Okay.
Let's open both and then see.
Yeah. We're probably gonna hit the ticking on this room. If I poke the one of the wine things, does it like empty out, or do I get hurt from even just poking that?
Like with your sword or something, just like a
Yeah, if I
slight
just, like,
poke.
poke it.
You feel no damage to yourself on doing against this inanimate object.
So it might be like a voodoo thing.
Yeah.
You can also
what's in the
spill a
room?
bit of wine if you would like to.
Yeah, I mean, if we flood this place, it's probably harder for cloth to move. We can
That's
swim.
true.
The wine has clearly soured long ago. It just smells like vinegar in this room right now as the red liquid slowly extends its pool across this place.
I would like to block the stairs with some barrels.
Yes.
That's going to be some significant hauling on your
Oh
part.
shit, never mind. Okay, I open the two doors.
Okay. One door to the east you can see is a staircase leading down. One to the west is some kind of distillery room. Some kind of tools set up in this place.
Lower down.
Yep, level 4.
Okay. So you go further down. At that point, dun, dun,
Shit, shit,
dun,
shit.
you hear the sound of splashing through the wine as the twin-bladed creature, still with the fresh blood of Stoobs on its blades, chase after you, and it reaches out and tries to slash at Rosalind.
Cool. I will try to parry.
Okay, a forceful
Ooh,
defense.
alright.
Go for it.
On guard.
Let's see how that works. 3. That's not great.
That's not bad.
It's not bad, not bad. Okay, and then this creature against you gets a 4. So you're going to be taking 1 point of damage from that. Okay, so it basically kind of nicks you at the neck, but otherwise you keep going, and by the time you get ready to sort of do anything else, it freezes once again. And you can see just behind it, all these creatures are sort of clumping together to form a massive horde that is sprinting to chase you down.
Oh,
I don't like this. I
no.
don't like this. We gotta keep going. We
Okay. So we're on the 4th level. What is it?
Okay, you go down even further, and you see that you enter a sort of a chapel-like area. There is a stained glass window that has light coming out from behind it, which is odd given how low down you are. You figure you're either kind of in a cliff face right now, or that's like an artificial sort of trick of the light sort of thing. But there is another door here, and I'll just straight up tell you this is what leads to the catacombs.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there like any imagery in the chapel?
It has sort of a sort of fatherly looking figure, sort of holding his hands of somebody who looks like it might be his daughter. And there is also another sort of a stained glass area that has sort of depicts this mechanical device of some kind. It's a little too abstract to really understand at a glance.
Huh. Because the note says she sees me. I wonder if the girl on the panel is related to that. Maybe not. Let's go!
What does the mechanical thing look like, vaguely?
It
real
looks
quick?
like a very sort of traditional symbol for a heart, but it's got this weird sort of machinery iconography inside, and it's far too intricate to really be depicted on stained glass. It seems like a bit of a foolish thing to even put onto to express, but nevertheless it was done.
Okay.
Can we just go? Let's just
Yeah,
go.
I'm running.
Alright, you start running, and soon you enter the musty crypts of this castle. You can see that this place has been completely turned over. Unlike other places of this castle that just seem to be left behind, this place has been very earnestly turned over. You see coffins. You see sarcophagi that have been thrust open with no sense of sanctity at all. And you can see that there are bits of flesh and scraps of sort of dusty garments, all leading in a big trail to this one central feature of this place, in between all these pillars that hold up these catacombs. And here you can see that there is a horrible sort of fusion of all these predecessors who have been stitched together to form something new. You're seeing cadavers, skeletons, some freshly dead, some long dead, all sewn up and formed together. And you can see one of these creatures is currently in stasis, pulling a thread between what has been created here. You also see that there is a small tunnel that appears to lead out of this place just behind this monstrous show in front of you.
Oh god.
We're booking.
Yeah, we're running.
As
Oh
soon
god.
as you do, you hear boom.
Shit. Run.
The head spins around to look at you with one button eye and one broken button eye, and a twisted kind of like sack-like head that is like opening up to speak to you as it says, "You will not be forgotten, master. When a toy breaks, it is easily fixed. You just need more stuffing." And it looks at the rest of you and says, "We see more stuffing has arrived." And it starts moving towards all of you, making an attack against you, Stacy. As it threateningly pulls out this needle towards you, what are you doing to defend yourself?
I flirt with it.
What?
You're gonna
Dialogue
use
wheel?
its dialogue wheel? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's gonna cost you a fate point. So
That's fine.
go ahead and spend that.
Okay, sure.
As you try to enter a dialogue with this horrible sack toy abomination creature.
Okay.
Oh
I
boy.
refuse having that
Um,
as a stepfather.
Please roll either flashy or forceful in this situation to start small talk.
That's the 3.
Okay. It can potentially be more. Let me just see what this thing gets.
Oh,
This
boy.
thing is gonna respond. How's it gonna respond? It's shocked. It's gonna try and force its way out of this conversation. And it gets a 3. But thanks to your invocation, you get a 5. So you manage to basically trap this thing in a conversation for long enough, and you see like options of things to talk about. Like, do you want to talk about your hobbies? I see you like sewing. Do you want to talk about who your master is and things like that? And it gives you all just enough time to start booking it out of this place. As you can hear, the other sewn up creatures are just tearing through themselves, trying to get to the rest of you, trying to get to the precious stuffing that you all have. And then they freeze. You make it through a very tight, sort of a rocky corridor. You are straight up in a cave at this point, Rosalind. And you push your way through, and you exit into this very stinky tunnel, and you realize it is a sewer of some kind. And there is a ladder leading up to a manhole just next to you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's leave. I don't like caves. This is bad. This is the worst part of this house. Let's leave.
This is honestly terrible. Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's great. This is going great. Yep, nope. Let's go.
Yeah.
We're going. We're leaving. Goodbye.
I will say very quickly, would anybody like to apply any healing poultices at this time?
I do have one that can group do it. Do we want to do that now?
Honestly, that might be a good time because I'm out of check boxes. I have multiple consequences. Stacy is out of check boxes and has multiple consequences.
Great, I use it.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can all remove 2 stress boxes of your choice. In other
Okay,
words,
so
get rid of the ones on the right first.
wait, like up to level 2 stress box or?
No, any 2 stress boxes you can immediately get back.
Oh, that's lovely. Great, I'm at full. Woo!
Yeah, same. Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
So you
Oh,
climb up.
I'm glad that my ult worked on that. I was really stretching for that one.
It did.
I
but, you know,
I do
we'll
still
accept
have
it.
my ult. I keep forgetting, but that's the reverse card one. So if it gets really dire,
You're not out of the woods.
You have
just
an
yet.
Uno reverse.
Yes,
yes.
All right, let's try and get this as quickly as we can because we're going a little bit over.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
So you do you go up the ladder through the manhole?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you enter the familiar foggy streets of this town. The fog kind of like gently drifts down as you throw up the manhole cover, pull yourself out, check your radio to see if there's any static. Right now, nothing. And you find yourself in front of a delightful little elementary school. The sign outside informs you of such, though many of the letters have fallen and gotten quite rusted in this place.
This is gonna be bad. I don't know. Like anything that involves a school for children is gonna be bad.
Maybe she's a principal or a teacher. Maybe he's like, oh no, the mean principal keeps giving my kid too much homework, and that's the actual source of the problem.
That would be nice. That would just be.
Right?
Let's just. Yeah, let's do this.
Let's do
Okay.
this.
As you approach, immediately the static starts going off a little bit. You hear the familiar sound of those zombie-like creatures roaming in the mists around here. Some of them have been banging on the side of this school for quite some time. Some of them has made a bit of progress and is like slowly slumping into this place. They do not seem to have noticed you at this time, but they are currently present. You go into the front entrance of the school, and you see a sort of entrance foyer that is filled, with lockers that are all swung open. One set of lockers is completely doubled over and smashed as though some massive force just drove into the center of it. No indication of what that could have been. You also see that strewn about this place are bodies. The bodies of the strange-looking military personnel, wearing sort of a strange emblem that you don't really recognize, and it is a gruesome horror show. Some of these military personnel are ripped in half. Some of them have been exploded from within, it seems. It is utterly vile in the halls of this elementary school.
Well, military often have bombs. Do they have any bombs on them?
Rosalind, you quickly search one of the bodies, all the bodies in fact, and you manage to discover that there is a grenade which is close enough to a bomb for you, so you replenish one of your bombs. Bing!
+1.
Okay.
It's a little blood drenched, but you'll be fine.
Oh. Okay. So we need to get to the principal's office. Is there signage?
There
In this
is
school.
not signage in this school. You know what? We're running out of time. There is signage in this school.
Okay.
Probably.
Bing.
And if it makes you feel better, all like most admin offices are like right next to the entrance. Yay.
Is the principal admin?
Huh?
Whatever, doesn't matter.
I-
Yeah, the principal is
AD,
admin. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just always figured, whatever, it doesn't matter. So you start following the signage, very quickly trying to find your way to the principal's office. There was, it seemed, a massive barricade set up at some point, composed of lockers and desks and chairs that had since been blown open by some kind of explosive device. It gives you kind of passage through this barricade to head towards an area where you see, in big letters on a door, principal's office. And that's when you hear, na 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 na.
Blood, so much blood. I know it too.
Oh no! I pull out the shotgun.
You get the shotgun readied. There's no indication where this sound is coming from. It's coming from all around you. And you hear the sound of smashing as some of the zombies make their way in, splat to the
no.
ground, and start roaming through the halls of this place. You also see a dark black fog slowly seeping in from where you just came, and then you start to hear as the sound of the massive butcher's knife is being dragged across the floor of this place. What's more, looking down the corridor, you see someone. You think, just about. They're a little bit strange, and you can't really make out their face. But it is a girl dressed in white, slowly walking down the corridor towards the three of you, hair completely covering her features, and she's just going, na, 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 na. And with every
I just dragged Rosalind by the wrist. Holy shit. No more
every
singing.
I think she just needs help seeing. If we just get her hair out of her face, maybe she'll be less creepy.
Did
every
you see
step
the note?
she takes, a locker nearby explodes open with terrifying force.
Nope. Nope.
Na, na,
I open the door to the principal's office.
Okay. As these things converge, you open the principal's office and run inside. It is a surprisingly ostentatious principal's office. Clearly there's some dodgy stuff going on with the expenditures in this place. It is quite grand. It is quite finely decorated. A massive, beautiful trophy cabinet. And, you know, big, beautiful mahogany desk. Big chair. Beautiful view out into the open field, which at this point all you can see is just darkness and fog. And this is where you find yourselves.
Secret door.
Secret
Secret door.
door. Yes, I look for the secret door.
Okay,
Start feeling everywhere, looking for anything. Check the desk.
you look around, make a clever roll, Stoobs. The other two of you notice outside one of the zombies is kind of making it your way.
No.
And then its head explodes. Na, 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 na.
Mm-hmm. Blood.
Is
Anybody
anyone
else?
assisting me?
I mean, your clever is probably better, Navi.
Well, mine's a 1.
Mine's a -1. It's literally twice as. It's way
Oh,
better.
okay. I guess I'm assisting. I don't normally help out with clever things.
Okay.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
fine.
0.
I'm just gonna try to barricade the door with the lovely mahogany desk. Just like,
When you go to barricade the door, you scratch the desk, and as you do so, you kind of like stop a couple of zombies who stop short, just going, and you see from behind, approaching, there is the worm creature you recognize from before, now composed of far more bones and flesh and bits and pieces of things, just writhing and moving across the ceiling, making its way towards the principal's office. You see Cylinder Head has just turned the corner, brandishing this blade, just slices about 3 zombies right in half before you and looks towards your location. And at the exact same time, you hear tink, 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 the sound of needles for feet being run on just outside this place.
Kill each other and we can just go home.
Rosalind, you were rolling clever, is that what was happening?
I thought I was assisting.
Or
Oh, you're
Assisting.
assisting, so you want to get a
Yeah,
plus
so
2.
that's 2.
Okay.
Can the assist allow her to reroll?
No, an assist only does a plus 2.
okay.
It's better than a 0.
I need to get rid of some of these invocations. So give me a forceful roll, Stacy.
Okay.
Okay, come on. Come on.
4.
You
Okay.
got this.
That's a very good barricade. One of the zombies is going to try and bust through it. And his head just explodes. And you just hear, na, 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 na. In this moment, you're looking around as desperately as you can, Stoobs. You see nothing that indicates any kind of other passageway out of this place. So you start looking for potential other things. Switches, anything. And that's kind of the best you get with a 2 right now.
Oh no!
Is it on the? Okay, so we're
Well,
supposed to find a place to use.
I will
key.
give you this. I will give you this. You know that you should probably start looking for those animals.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Is there? Okay. Wait. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Is there a lion? And then there needs to be a unicorn. There needs to be a dragon. And there's a snake. I look for this iconography.
Okay. With a 2, and with all of you there, with nothing really better to do, you quickly see that in the trophy cabinet there are several trophies that depict these exact animals.
Okay. I pulled them in that order, or I
Suddenly,
touched it or
the mahogany
something.
desk flies through the air with impossible telekinetic force, smashes through the window, and you
No!
see that several of the zombies went flying as well, as these horror creatures are closing in on all of you. What do you do?
Did nothing happened when I pulled the trophies?
Is
Oh,
there a
I'm
door?
sorry, I missed that part. I got too swept up in my own descriptions. Yes,
I was like, what?
you very
Oh, we
quickly
just insta died.
in the afterlife. Sven is like, did I get that order right? Well, no.
Oh my god.
Yes, you interact with these statues. You see that each of them is actually affixed to where they are, but they're able to be rotated, and you rotate each one, and then suddenly, where the desk was, 2 panels just open up perfectly on the floor, and you hear this kind of hydraulic hiss sound, just and some steam comes out of this hole, and you can see that there are stairs leading down.
I go.
Yeah, we're going.
Okay.
Holy crap.
You see like a javelin, a needle is thrown through the door of this place and smashes into the trophy cabinet, and one of the patchwork toy creatures pulls itself through, getting caught and like raking at the 3 of you as it goes. Stacy, you are closest to the door. Please make a defense of some kind as this thing. Oh, sorry. What do you do as this thing tries to claw at you with its needles?
Just freaking dodge as I
Okay.
run away.
Quickness sounds good, so roll your quick.
That's a 3.
It gets a 1.
Okay.
I'm going to invoke.
No.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
You don't invoke. That
Fuck
could
off.
be fun.
I'm going to invoke one of these creatures' hidden aspects, so minus 1 of my fate points, to give it a reroll. And it now gets a 2.
Fuck you.
Which
Yes.
is not sufficient.
Okay.
It kind of claws and reaches at you, and then very quickly it is bisected, and stuffing just flies everywhere as Cylinder Head just cleaves out of the way and just pulls its corpse off to the side. And this entire time, the sound of the girls singing gets louder and louder in your minds. And you run down this place. You are in a sort of very industrialized corridor, and it leads to this opening that goes onto this big metal platform, and you realize this is some kind of elevator. It's leading down this massive diagonal chute. You don't know where it's going or why it's here, but you smash the button and immediately it jolts into motion, and very slowly this elevator device starts moving down further and further down into the subterranean area. Is there anything you do to speed things up, to slow down your pursuers, anything like that?
Is there a button or anything that closes the doors behind us?
No.
I'm gonna buy a pool without a ladder. And put it in the corridor.
We'll say you can only afford like an above ground pool, like a tub basically, but
Okay,
Put
yeah.
it directly beneath the stairs.
all right,
Like,
that's gonna cost
below-
you a fate point as well.
Okay, yeah, that's my last fate point. So just heads up.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
You plop this ladderless pool in front of the door, and immediately, I'm gonna roll to see which of these horrors falls in it. So we've got zombie on 1, worms on 2, cylinder head on 3, terrifying girl on patchwork on 4, and terrifying girl on 5. So I'll roll a d5 here.
So many people.
And that is, what did I say? That's patchwork. So as they are one of the speediest creatures here, one of the more overly stuffed of these toys comes kind of like stumbling in, and it has various needles just sticking out all on its arm, like kind of a bat with nails sticking out of it, and it gets ready just to fling it at you, and then sploosh! You hear the sound as it just falls into this big pool. It's so large that it can barely even really maneuver in this place, but it looks to get out, and all it does is go
Oh no.
and just starts splashing around completely ineffectually, creating a nice barricade on the door. Anybody else doing anything?
So, are there still patchwork creatures left?
Yeah.
Can I yell at them and be like, "Hey, your old owner was that girl over there," and point to the creepy-looking girl?
This is clever, so please roll your cleverness stat to try and persuade them to do this.
Okay. Hey, maybe.
Hey, maybe. You never know.
2. Probably not.
Okay. If you do no more with that, then the patchwork creatures don't even dignify you with a response, unfortunately.
I feel like I need to save anything I have for later.
That's fair. Alright. You,
Is there a way to speed up the platform?
there was one button that was basically up and down, and you pushed it into the down position.
Okay.
Stoobs, were you doing anything?
I just keep an eye behind us and get ready with the shotgun.
Okay,
It's the only ranged weapon I have.
with his brute force approach, Cylinder Head is just slamming through walls and through the ground, cuts the tub in half, cuts the creature inside it in half, and just this stuffing goes everywhere, and then just sort of slams this blade into the machines to try and make it stop. And in doing so, grabs one of the nearby zombies and just chucks it at the rest of you. And the zombie splats onto the platform and just starts going, and grabs at you, Stoobs.
Back it.
Okay, roll forceful.
God, I hope this works. Nope, that's a -1.
You try and smash this
Oh
thing,
my god.
and you realize that, in survival horror games, melee weapons are always terrible. Good to know. And then it goes to make an attack against you, Stoobs.
Hey.
So you're just gonna dodge.
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and roll that. And it's 0
Why?
against a 4
Why?
from this zombie.
Why?
Anybody doing anything for that?
What's happened to my ear fell? Like-
Stoobs just got attacked for 4 damage by a zombie unless somebody intervenes.
And I got a 0. So
Yeah, okay, I'll intervene.
I mean, hold on. Wait. To invoke my ultimate, do I need a fate point or?
You do not know.
Okay, so then I am going to spend a fate point to invoke werewolf.
Okay.
I'm not going to risk a reroll because those last 2 rolls were just so patently awful,
Sure.
just to get it down to 2.
Sounds good.
So I just muscle through it.
All right. It chomps onto your flesh as it kind of sprouts with hair as you quickly shift into your werewolf form. Just wrenching its teeth against you. Eventually, this platform gets down and stops at the bottom of this place, and you see a big metallic door in front of you that's slowly opening up. All right.
Just sitting there, come on!
You run off, you break free from the zombie's grasp, and you see that at the very top of this place, the little girl is twisting this entire corridor slowly around with every sort of step she takes, while Cylinder Head is also just starting to get faster and faster as he sprints towards the rest of you. And as he does, the doors behind you close, and then and a massive butcher's cleaver smashes through the middle of it, and you hear the sound of efforts as he's desperately trying to pry it open once again.
Oh boy. Okay, what's in this room?
What you see around you is various vats containing various creatures. You see humans, you see zombie-like creatures, you see some of those worms separated and floating in some sort of liquid. You see mechanical beings just floating there. You see some of the toys. You see a lot of the horrible things that seem to be inflicting this town, all being studied or experimented on or created in this twisted facility that is for some reason underneath an elementary school.
Huh.
And you also notice a massive rift bleed in this place, bigger than any you have ever seen.
I found the source.
Okay. That's actually comforting.
That is comforting. The humans being kept in those cases are not comforting.
You do notice that some of them are dwarfs and some of them are goblins. They are from Phantasria.
We gotta let them out.
They're infected with stuff.
I can fix that once we're normal. That's literally my purpose.
I will mention some of them are clearly zombified and some of them are clearly, alive, just suspended, floating in some of these liquids.
Let's let out the ones who are normal, and then once we fix
Okay.
everything, I can slowly fix the ones who are infected.
Okay, I will start breaking things to
Okay.
get them out.
You still hear from behind you the sound of Cylinder Head.
As best as
Yeah,
possible.
I'm going over there to delay a bit.
Okay, so while you're doing that, you're smashing open these things. Some dwarfs come out, some goblins come out. The dwarfs kind of spit up a bunch of water and sort of pull whatever sort of twisted wires were stuck into them. And they seem a bit sort of hazed and just like, where am I? What's going on? Hi-ho? No, focus. What's going on? This isn't Hammerton.
Break out your friends. Don't break out infected ones. Go!
Got it! Ah! Start smashing things.
Okay.
Some of the goblins get spewed out as well and just go, what happened? We were doing some kind of mining operation and now we're here. What's going on around
New
here?
No
operation.
time to
Break out the
explain.
uninfected. Don't break out the infected. Go!
A fairy! Yes, while that's happening, Stacy, what are you doing to prevent other things entering this room?
Oh God, who's actually there? The Cylinder Man?
Cylinder Head is currently like right at the door, but you can see right behind him are so many other things. It is just a.
Oh no.
Oh
We've
no.
gotta jump in the
Okay.
rift.
You also
don't
see
we?
threads slowly pushing their way through, trying to make it to you, trying to grasp any of you to pull you out and stitch you to something.
Okay, maybe we did this in the wrong timeline. Let's just go through the rift bleed.
I will yell for everyone to go through the rift bleed.
Oh, are
So
we just leaving?
The dwarves, everyone.
That's
I mean,
usually how
typically
we
that's
fix
how
things.
it works.
Okay, I guess we're
I
just
mean,
going
are there
instead.
no more doors in this room?
There are various other sort of doors. They all seem to require some kind of keycard access that you don't even know where to begin getting that.
Okay.
Okay,
I think, yeah.
yeah, I turn to the people freeing everyone. Jump in, just keep freeing and then jump in. Big scary hole.
One of the
You just
goblins is
wanna
like,
jump
you want me
in
to jump in that?
it. Yep, and then I jump in it.
Yeah. I'll pick them up and just chuck them through.
The door is flung open, threads start flying forward, you see bits of metal thrown out with psychic force, and several wormy creatures moving across the ground in a massive gross puddle. Stacy, you are the last line of defense. What are you doing at this
Stacey!
moment?
Stacey,
Come
run!
on!
Jump!
I'm like trying to run, but also trying to like hold them back to make sure they have enough time. That's it.
How are you holding them back?
Through.
I don't know, man. Just soccer bomb strength and just hoping for the best.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
I think she's just gonna like go back to her default model and then, like she's a soccer mom. She's just throwing her soccer balls at them.
Like, I turned into a straight up wolf. Could I have given her the shotgun at least?
Sure.
Oh sure,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
so I give her a shotgun.
You have a shotgun and 3 shells.
It flies through the air, you catch it in midair, turn around.
Yep, and then she just cocks her gun and she's like, alright, get out of here, kids, and shooting as she's like running backwards.
Oh my god.
Go ahead and roll forceful.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna give you an automatic +2 to this because of a shotgun.
That's a 6 total then.
And now I'll
Hey!
roll for. How should I do this? Because it's a lot of things you have to fight right now. So I'm
I'm just
thinking of
fighting whoever's
compounding their
closest.
power. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. We'll only do Cylinder Head then.
Yeah, I feel like he's the biggest target and the one who's furthest into the room.
Whoever's furthest into the room. Yeah.
But that's not exactly good news. Here we go.
Oh no.
I'm expecting to die.
Oh
You blast your shotgun shells, you kind of splat a zombie, you splat one of the toy abominations. Any of the sort of flechettes that get near the little girl seem to just enter an orbit around her and just start spinning around and around and around until they just become these white rings that look like they're about to be fired off again. Cylinder Head, you blast him once, twice, 3 times. He drops to one knee and then just gets up in stride, picks up his blade and swings at you. So you're going to take 3 damage.
Okay,
okay, that's not bad.
that's not bad.
And is this a tactical retreat or is this a stand your ground last stand situation?
How depends on our
Everybody
people
else is
getting
through
out.
at
I
this
think
point.
everyone else is
Okay,
through.
then
What
yeah,
you just
tactical
did there.
retreat.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you quickly leave as fast as you can. The shotgun's out of ammo, so you just, I assume, chuck it like a fire extinguisher.
Yep.
And you just hear a clang as it bounces off Cylinder Head's big cage, and you leap through this terrifying static rift bleed. And then you are all plunged into a very, very strange state of existence. Everything around you is black. And then you see a big letter light up. Bing, 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 bing. And it says, Arcade Blitz?
Oh no.
I'm confused.
Then you
In a
see
different game.
this sort of very colorful looking girl appear, and she says, "Hi, new players. Would you like to start a new profile?"
Let's just hold on a second. Do I feel my magic coming back?
Right now, everything is kind of exactly how it was.
Sure. Yes.
All right, let's make you a new profile. And she sort of like does a hand motion like this, and suddenly, bing! You find yourselves in a sort of a chamber that is just filled with bright lights, neon, various numbers all over the place, a lot of loud noises of various things all around you. You see some of the dwarves and goblins are with you, just like, have I died? What's going on? And then you see, stepping in through the darkness, Cylinder Head, and you hear the sound of your radio crackling, and you see the terrifying girl, and you see the various creatures that have been hounding you this entire time. And the girl goes up to them and says, "Hi, do you want to make a new profile?" Cylinder Head raises his blade up to the sky and brings it down on this girl. And she says, "All right, here we are, player 2." Completely unaffected by the sword swing. Cylinder Head looks frustrated by this and goes, no effect. And the girl says, "All right, time for a head-to-head high-score tournament. Let's go!" And suddenly you all find yourselves teleported to 3 distinct lanes. One has a game
Oh, no.
on it called Dance Dance Uprising. One has a game that looks like a dancing rhythm game. One has a game called Home of the Departed that looks like sort of a survival shooter light gun game. And one is called Super Race Crush, which looks like a racing game. So my question is, which of you goes where?
Oh my god. I feel like Dance Dance Uprising was made for Rosalind.
What were the algorithms, the
You
shooter?
can run on
and-
quick though, which you're really good at.
Oh, that's true. But
It
is
will
it quick or
definitely
is it
take flashy.
flashy?
Yeah.
Flashy? Okay,
Yeah.
I could do flashy. I'm also pretty forceful, so I could probably handle the guns. Like, I'm good at shooting things. So I'll leave that between Mom. Which one are you more into, dancing or shooting?
Can Sims even dance? Is that a thing?
I think
I
it's
think
fun.
there is a dancing
Yeah,
animation.
they have a dance pack. I don't own that one, sadly.
You're so sad. I mean, either like, you're probably better at flashing, so I could do forceful.
Sounds great. All right, that leaves you driving. I'm sorry, but you were great at driving last time.
I feel like that takes more like hand-eye coordination and stuff, which is a little more quick and clever oriented, which is
Okay,
more
yeah,
my
that's
speed.
fair. Yeah, and mom is just she has the shooting game. She's like, well, I guess this is how my
She's
children
got
see
some
me.
stress that she's got to work out.
I like how
Yeah.
any sim, when they play a video game, they really get into it, like, whoa, yeah, pew pew, rah, every
Pew,
time they do
pew,
anything.
rah.
Like they're playing Tetris and they're like, whoa! Anyway, sorry, I promise I'll wrap this up very quickly. We'll just do this last thing. Stoobs, you go to Super Race Crush. Rosalind, you go to Dance Dance Uprising. And and Stacy, you go to Home of the Departed. You see that the girl comes out again, sort of in a wave of neon power, and she says, "All right, looks like we're going to go head to head for a high score tournament. First, who gets the highest score can ascend all the way to the top." And you look upwards, and you see there is just a single hole with a little ladder sticking out of it, and you recognize it as a Phantasrian asset.
My gosh.
But you can't reach it yet until that high score lifts you high enough. And across the way, opposite your lanes, you see that there is a very confused and angry-looking cylinder head kind of tucked into this awkward racing peripheral.
Let's go, boy.
The very spooky girl is standing in front of the Home of the Departed sort of second player screen, and then this really gross worm creature, which is now sort of assimilated bits of the toys into it. It's now got just needles and sacks and buttons sticking out of it, is just awkwardly shifting on the Dance Dance Uprising peripheral. And the girl says,
like it.
"All right, just remember, everybody, have fun. 3, 2, 1, go!" Let's start with Super Race Crush. So Stoobs, this is going to be a straight up quick roll.
Yep.
So let's see how quick you can go.
Okay.
You're against Cylinder Head, whose quickness, isn't terrible, but he's definitely as forceful as, his better thing.
Okay, 5. 5. That's
5.
better than what happened last time.
That's a 5 from Cylinder Head.
No!
Both of you
I-
managed to slam on the throttle at just enough time to get the starting boost. What is your vehicle, by the way? Is it some kind of bike? Is it a car? Is it anything in between? A boat? A plane?
Oh, boat.
I don't know how this game works.
I definitely think it's like a motorcycle kind of a thing.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Yes.
It's got like a wolf and a moon on it or something. It's great.
Yes. Like one of the really campy,
Yeah.
like the wolf t-shirt.
You see Cylinder's Head also has like a more traditional like chopper motorcycle that's got like a cylinder and just blood and gore and a cleaver as its little symbol. Yeah, were you gonna do any invocations there?
Yes, I would.
You do not have any fate points.
I know. So this would be a stunt.
Okay.
I would like to use Quick Reference Guide.
Okay.
I want to look up the map for this track.
Love it. We'll say you do it. I'll add to the instability as you're kind of like prying into forbidden information. Uh-oh.
Oh God.
That's a 6 being
Wow.
added to the instability.
We didn't fix the instability yet.
And of course, as you do that, the entire world threatens to just tear itself apart. You see the girl like shifts into like one of the horror game avatars for a second. You're like, oh, is this a little trick? Then she snaps back again, just like da ba da ba da. You don't know what's going on. And then you pull up the map, and you see all the secret shortcuts in this place. So I'm going to give you a free, let's call it a free boost. That is we'll call it an invocation. If you do get fate points back, you can keep on using it.
Okay.
And we'll just call it shortcuts. All right.
Should I roll for how many invocations that gets?
Nah,
or-
let's
Okay.
speed things along here. So immediately you start to pull out ahead, and you see that your high score lifts your 3 lanes up slightly above your opponents, who are all kind of like in their own sort of virtual environments as well. You are getting closer to the exit than they are right now. Dance Uprising. Rosalind, you are face to face with this horrible, twisted amalgamation creature, and the beat starts moving. Go ahead and roll flashy.
All right, I got a 5.
You
Damn.
got this. Yeah.
I don't think either of these creatures are flashy, so this could go very well for you.
Ross was like, I feel like this is an unfair matchup.
I don't think either of them have any flashiness about them, so yeah, I'm just gonna do a +0. Yeah, that seems about right.
Hey.
Immediately, Rosalind, you strike a pose and you just start. You see various arrows coming across, and it's just perfect. Meanwhile, you just see bad, oops, okay, bad come from the other side. It's just worms and bits of threads just spin around, just like. And you shoot up. Your high score goes straight up into the sky. Meanwhile, home of the departed. This is weirdly a co-op game, but you get the most points from blasting the most creatures. So you try and outdo your terrifying little girl opponent there, Stacy. So go ahead and roll forceful as you pull up the light gun and you start blasting
Only a 3.
at various goo zombies. You see that some of the dwarfs and goblins nearby are just like, yeah, rah, yeah, go, you got this. You got 3, very good. Against a forceful, let's see, how forceful is she? She's very forceful, I think. Against a 4, you're,
Just
you do not manage to shoot as many as her, but she's clearly cheating because she is just like silently extending a hand and just zombie heads explode. Just headshot. And you're like, that's not fair.
Can I do a stunt to distract her a little bit?
What stunt would that be?
Can I just like in between shots just like do the shim wardrobe and suddenly like I'm in an ugly Christmas sweater, I'm in a Barney costume.
What specifically does shim wardrobe say?
Because of access to shim wardrobe, I gain a +2 when I flashily create an advantage when
You're
changing outfits.
Currently not flashily creating an advantage, unfortunately, but if you would like to do that
shame.
next time, you absolutely can.
Okay.
But at this current time, you're just like, bam, 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 reload, bam, bam, bam. Meanwhile, she's just blasting through these things. So that means that you're still in the lead, so don't feel too bad about that. Now there is a new round of the Super Race Crush. Stoobs, you are driving along, hitting those boosts, going through these insane shortcuts. Go ahead and roll quickness again.
okay. 7.
Dan, would you like to use the shortcuts invocation right now or save it?
I'll save it.
Okay.
'Cause that's pretty good.
Let's see. How fast did I say these others were? +3. Boop-a-da-boop. Oh yes, because Cylinder Head is not one to be outdone, except in this
Ooh.
moment. You quickly access one of the shortcuts. So you see Cylinder Head like pulls out his blade that is just like shooting up sparks behind him as he's dragging it on the ground, and he's trying to get close to you to take you out. He doesn't care about winning this race. He cares about destroying you. And you use that to your advantage by like going off a side ramp and through like smashing through a billboard or something onto a shortcut, and he's just like so well done. Another extreme lead there. You're getting very close to the ceiling at this point. Dance
Okay, come on,
Uprising.
guys.
Let's get some flashy from Roz.
Actually, Roz is a big fan of cheating and has cheated in every game she's ever participated in, so I would like to continue that tradition. I have this bomb, and I want to pass it over to my mom so she can use it on the next turn to get a lot of points.
Sounds good. So for
Ooh.
this, you'd be creating an
Okay.
advantage. So you would forfeit any kind of roll you would make here, but you could potentially help out your mother with an advantage. So go ahead and roll forceful, I guess, because you're just handing over a bomb.
Got a
And we'll
4.
see. Got a 4. We'll say that creates one free invocation of Roz's bomb.
Just cheating.
So it's really funny actually, because on the screen you can see suddenly just appears near where your bullet counter is, Stacy. Just a bomb appears and it says "Smart Bomb Ready."
Nice.
So I'll just say Roz's bomb. And now the horrible amalgamation creature's going to try and do something. Oh dear.
It's a -1. It's trying so hard to dance.
My God.
Oh no!
I feel
Honestly,
kind
I
of
feel
bad
a little
for it.
bad.
It's killed so many people. Don't feel bad for it. All right, Home of the Departed. Blam, blam, blam. You're shooting your way through, but this creepy little girl seems to just be cheating so hard. Go ahead and roll Forceful, if you would like.
And then I can use like Roz's bomb to.
Yes, to either re-roll or get a +2, depending on what you would like.
To. What do you guys think? Do I roll again or do I?
Considering how Gretchen's been doing, I don't know. I mean, if you just used it as a +2, you would get a total of 4.
Yeah.
What did she get last time though? She's rolling at a.
She's rolling at a +4 as well.
Oh boy.
I mean, that's not a bad score, +4, but you also have a pretty good forceful, so you could re-roll and get better. Just go with what you think's best.
I'll just take that flat +2, honestly.
Okay, so 4 total. She gets a 5 total.
Oh, come on! Oh, it's been so close.
As you use the smart bomb, it annihilates everything on the screen at once, and you're like, heh. And in those brief seconds, you can see she's already like picked up all the life power-ups, all the other bonus power-ups that have just been scattered on the screen, and just turns her head towards you, mockingly.
I hate her.
You're
so much.
Back to Super Race Crush. Final lap, Stoobs. Let's
Okay.
see what you've got. Roll quickness. Shortcuts has not been used yet as well, so that's
Okay,
great.
so that's a 4. If this is the last roll, then
Yeah,
I'll
might as
apply
well.
that to get a +2.
Sounds good. So now Cylinder Head is gonna do his best. He gets a 6.
Ooh, we tie.
So it's a tie. Unfortunately, you were way ahead. So immediately, zoom, you cross the finish line, and you see your points rack up and rack up and rack up. He did not do terribly, but you definitely beat him. You do see that most of the other participants in this race, the sort of AIs, were bisected for the most part by Cylinder Head's madness. But good work there. Dance Uprising. Roz, it is coming down to sort of the final phase of the song. Let's see some flashy.
5.
Okay, and now I'll roll for no reason whatsoever. Another minus.
Ooh.
That's a
You can
difference
see
of 6.
this creature just starts falling apart, like worms just start flying everywhere. Like it tries to sew itself back together. Like half of it tries to sew itself back together and just like makes the worms angry, and half of it tries to worm itself together and just makes stuffing fall out. And this thing just collapses into a pile of goop at this point. It does not do very well. And you just hear, "Oh dang!" come from its machine as it wipes out. And while you are landing the absolute perfect finisher, Rosalind, and you hear just like a roar of applause from the virtual audience, just like, "Yeah, Rosalind, Rosalind, Rosalind!" One of the goblins is like, "Rosalind, Rosalind, yeah!" All right, final Home of the Departed. Currently, the little girl is far ahead of you.
Go.
Let's see if you can bring it
got
around.
this.
Another forceful roll.
Can I not just like turn to the side and beat the shit out of her?
You get the feeling
Yeah.
that would end terribly for you. But if you want your character to go out this way, you can do that too.
That's only her 3 though.
Okay? Against her 2!
Okay.
Alright.
All right.
So you get to the end of the level, you take a few hits, you do incredibly well. It's just unfortunate that she did a bit better than you ultimately. And then all your high scores converge into 1. And start raising your platform up, starts raising their platform up. Almost immediately theirs grinds to a halt, and yours soars upwards and upwards and upwards. And the sort
Nice
of very
job.
colourful girl appears again, and she says, "Whoa, nice work! Hope you had fun, and enjoy your prize!" As you raise up the leaderboards, and you see you are ready to grab onto the ladder that leads back to Fabled Phantasia, except something's stopping you. It is a screen that needs you to put 3 letters in.
Oh, for the
For your high score.
Oh.
People know who you
Oh,
are.
okay. Rosalind Stoobs is my mom. RMS.
that doesn't stand for anything, right?
No.
Hope
I don't
not.
think it does.
You
That's
know-
okay.
Okay.
I just put letters together.
I
Big.
just want to make sure because like my mom almost named my brother Brian Michael, which his initials would have been BM.
Bad
know?
manners. Alright,
So,
All right, so you type in ding 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 your high score. Look, spoiler alert, this will never come up again, so don't worry too much. You punch in your highest scores. It is the top of the leaderboards, above ass, above butts, above the others.
Take that butts with a Z.
And the screen disappears, and you're free to start leaving this place. And you see just a blade is thrown with great force. It slams next to this thing, and you get out just in time before the horror creatures can react.
flip them off.
And
As I climb
you
out.
hurtle back towards Phantasria, and you're welcomed back in the not really oppressive atmosphere anymore. The nice, beautiful colors of this sort of gem-encrusted chamber that you find yourself in, glittering with all this light all around you, and your resources stop being resources anymore and return to your normal abilities. You immediately recover all stress because your health points just automatically restore after an encounter. Your consequences, unfortunately, are still there. And the various goblins and dwarves there just kind of get spewed out and land next to you all, just like, we've hit the Mother Lode. Look at all these gems. Oh.
Okay, everyone sit still. I need to de-zombify people. And,
What?
yeah, I start taking anyone who's a zombie and doing that dang long 30-second cutscene
Yes.
over and over, over and over. And also, Mom, come here and not have a parasite.
Yeah, can we tell that we have
At
like
this
different
point, you can
status
see her
effects
status
now?
effect
Because
is
we can
parasite,
see
yes.
our stats.
I am just gonna clear everyone's status effect. It's going to take a ridiculously large amount of time because someone decided a 30-second dance is a great programming idea.
And you're already so tired from the dance you just did, so now it's like, ugh, you're just sweating by the end of it. Eventually you do it. It gives you, Stoobs, ample time to kind of look around this chamber. It is effectively a big sort of cavernous room that is just encrusted with cut gems. And
Okay.
you can see at the far end of it, there's this beautiful sort of pool of just this beautiful crystalline blue water, and standing in front of it, or rather behind it from your perspective, there is a big statue. And it is a statue of a dragon.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Dragon! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
I guess I'll go and inspect the dragon statue.
Yeah, you look at it, and it's beautifully, intricately carved, far too intricately to not be important. You know how this game works. You know there wouldn't be this many polygons / pixels if this wasn't meant to be something a little bit more than just a statue.
Okay, is there like an inscription or anything?
Nope.
I poke it.
Nothing.
I look at the water.
Beautiful, reflective.
Is the dragon reflected in the water at all?
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of like looking down into it, but that's about it.
What's the surface like underneath the water? Is it like just stone? Is it?
It looks like there's a lot of glints. Looks like there's a lot of wealth that has been dropped into this pool. Gold, gems, and such. Quite a ways down.
I try putting like a gold piece in to see if anything happens.
Flicker, you toss a coin to your witching pool, and nothing seems to work. It's striking you that a game like Phantasia, things are fairly straightforward usually, so you're not entirely sure
Yeah.
why stuff isn't happening. You might need to get a little extra help, potentially.
Okay, I will access Google and
Alright.
see if there we know that this wasn't like a fully completed thing.
Correct. You look into the Phantasia wiki, increasing the instability of the area by 1.
God damn it.
The instability bar still going over maximum. You look it up and you discover that this is a abandoned part of the game that was never really fully realized. You learned that people who sort of delved into the code for Phantasria once discovered that, oh, this dragon was meant to be a vehicle that you could get at one point, like a secret extra one you could get at the bottom of the Glacier Temple at some point. But that code was never completed, which means the ability for that to actually function doesn't exist. This dragon actually cannot become what you need it to be. And that's when you feel something tickle you in your mind. And you see what is effectively a speech bubble pop up and says, "Hello? Can you hear me? Are you like me?"
Who's speaking? Yes, I can hear you.
You can just call me, I don't know, Duncan. Yeah, Duncan. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, hi Duncan. I'm
You,
speaking out loud, right?
if you would like, this is sort of a text chat that's happening.
Oh, it's a text chat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say, Duncan, are you the statue?
No. Do you know what the
Oh.
internet is?
Yes. Who are you? What?
Well, my name's Duncan. It's been.
Right.
I've met nobody else who can do this. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I'm not going to be so wretchedly alone anymore.
Who? Okay, my name's Stoops.
Hello, Stoops. Nice to meet you.
We've been kind of. Do you know what the mire is?
Yes. Intimately familiar. Very bad stuff.
Okay, so it affected you, and that's why. So you're
Yes.
awakened. You're originally from Phantasria?
Correct.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'm from Startown. I used to be a corgi. I'm a werewolf now. It's
Yes.
a long story.
I think I've read your entry. There wasn't much on it, though, so
Yeah, it was yeah.
that's
I
fine.
mean-
You have more than I did.
Okay, so who are you exactly?
I'm really nobody. If we're exchanging origin stories, I used to be a training dummy in Startown.
Oh.
I got wailed on for a tutorial and then just kind of left there forever.
You're the first person that I've met who used to be essentially, well, technically I was a sign. Okay. Yeah, no, okay, this tracks a little more. I was gonna say that you're the first person who used to be like an object, but technically like I was an object, even though I was also a dog. It's weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah. So, are you just like disembodied?
No. I'm somewhere. I'm on the starting continent still. Just, figuring stuff out. I've become a bit reclusive though. It's very dangerous and scary out there, so I've just been sort of delving into the internet and seeing what I can find, and I found some very interesting things.
Wait, so are you still a training dummy?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that's rough.
It could be worse. I technically have infinite health. I just can't do anything.
Hmm.
So, swings and roundabouts.
Yeah.
Do you know what the most interesting thing I've discovered is?
No, what is it?
I found that the divine words that were spoken to bring Phantasria into creation, I think I know what they are and how to use them. Which is to say, I know what programming language Phantasria uses. Which could potentially
You could alter. Holy
a lot
shit.
of things. It's a lot of responsibility, and I'm very nervous about it. This is not the kind of thing I've ever been entrusted with, any kind of responsibility. And so, when it comes to godlike power of this world, I'm really quite reluctant. But, it seems like, from what I've been discovering, from various chatter about Phantasria, you've been gathering orbs and doing heroic things and such. So why don't I just tell you what I know, and then you can do what you think is appropriate with it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a situation right now where that would be very, very useful. But also, I don't know, you want to hang out or something?
Maybe. I don't really know how to hang out, but I can look it up. So by the time we hang out, I'll know how to hang out.
Okay, yeah, cool. Because you're like the first person that I talked to who knows what the internet is.
Me
And
too.
stuff. Yeah,
Whenever I
it's
talk
so
about it,
weird.
people are like, "Who's that?" And it's like, it's not a person. It's like a collection. It's a network. Of
Yeah.
it's too.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is so refreshing. But anyway, time is short. So let me just tell you the name of the language of the divine words, as it were, if I can be poetic for a second, is called Adder. Adder. And I'm going to teach you a few things you could potentially use to manipulate it. And there's a little bit of a montage that happens there. So while Stoobs is learning the language that can create and destroy and alter all life in this universe, what are
Just zoned out in front of a statue.
Stacy and Rosalind doing? And I promise this is the last thing.
I think I kind of pull Stacy to the side, and I'm like, I don't know her name, so I don't say out of character. I can say that in character. I don't actually know her name.
Mrs. Mom,
Hey, Mom, let's have a talk.
you can
Oh,
see that
sure.
one of the goblins has just kind of like affixed itself to Stacy's leg, just terrified about through everything it went through, just like,
Stacy's just like, she'll peel the goblin off her leg and just like hold it like an infant.
Well, you're not adopting that one too, are you?
I don't see why not.
It sticks a thumb in its mouth.
God.
This is gonna make this conversation even harder. Mom, you are a very kind person. You are very caring, and I can see that about you. You have a natural affinity for helping people, and that's great. But you are also wrong about a couple of things, and I've been wrong about things before, so I understand how difficult that can be. What you're experiencing now is the result of some code. We're not really a family. Those memories you have, they're not actual. They didn't happen, and I know that's weird, and I know that's hurtful, because I had something similar happen to me, and it was really, really hard, but now I'm making real connections with people, and I am making a real family, and it's something that's a lot nicer than memories, and I think that's something that you should look for too, and maybe it's with us and maybe it's with someone else, but right now holding on to those delusions aren't helping anyone.
Rosie, dear. Can I call you Rosie?
If you like.
I think I know. I'm your mother, after all, and I noticed you two growing up. So, while I might not fully understand entirely what you two are going through right now, just know I will support you. And it is probably right. It is probably time to, let you two grow up and do your own thing, without dragging your old mother behind you. But just know that, I still feel like I need to protect you. So, you really can call on me anytime. Okay, honey?
Of course, Mom. Thanks.
Of course. Oh, and I did not find the pet that you wanted, which I think was a pony when you were 5. But I figured for her starter pet, and then she'll open through her catalog, scroll through the and she'll give her like a goldfish.
Oh.
A goldfish!
Now, when you showed me that you can take care of this goldfish and have responsibility for it, you need to clean the water, you need to feed it every day. When you show me you can be responsible, then we could talk about, maybe getting a rabbit and maybe working your way up towards a horse or something in the future, okay?
Yes! Thanks, Mom!
Okay.
Beautiful, wonderful. You hand over this like perfect spherical glass fish bowl. It's got a little goldfish swimming about. It's basically 3 pixels big in this world. Just boop-a-doop. Do you have a name for it at this point, Rosalind? Or would you like to come back?
Slayer.
Oh!
What?
The new initiate into the Sisters of Blood.
Yeah!
Or the Sisterhood of Blood.
What?
Wonderful.
What? she's gonna be like, Slayer. Okay.
Meanwhile, the goblin in your hands is just like, wow, you're very nurturing.
Well, thank you. And you have a very good vocabulary for someone your age.
Thanks. We used to just say everything with a gr in front because that's apparently what goblins do in this world. I almost did it. It's nice to not do that anymore.
She'll just give a pat on the head. Where are your parents? Would you like to come home with me?
Oh, my parents probably killed each other. Goblins in this world, you know, they're not treated very well.
Child of divorce. I see.
A very bloody separation, yes.
Oh my god!
Come on, I'll take you home with me.
Okay, new mother.
Come on.
And then there is a flash of light as Stacy, you begin to shift and change and feel yourself being pulled back to the delightful town, the suburban paradise of the Shims, with your new adopted child in your arms, departed your wisdom and your pets, cleansed of any foul parasites and ready to move on to your next adventure, having 100 babies. And as you slowly depart, is there any final thing you say?
Take care, be good, and try not to, get into too much danger. Mommy loves you.
Bye, Mom.
Bye! Says the goblin.
My new brother.
And as though annoyed that you managed to elude it for so long, a rift blade tears open, kind of almost hands on hips you, and just glomps you away back to your home game. And in this moment, the flashes of light on all the gemstones in this room converge into one spot, which is at the dragon, forming light in its eyes. And suddenly the sort of grey stone that form its statue start to slowly transform into this beautiful opalescent mixture of all sorts of different gemstones. This rainbow stone dragon is suddenly awakened through a power that Stoobs managed to call on in the interim, and it flexes its massive wings that look like beautiful gemstones or stained glass windows shining in the light, and it stretches and it cranes its neck and it leans down and it looks at you directly in the face, Stoobs, and it says, where are we going to go then? And that's where we'll end tonight's session. Thank you everybody for joining us. I'm so sorry it was such a long one. But man, what a great...
Don't apologize. Own it.
What great fun. Thank you all for checking this out. Huge thanks to Cindy for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure having you playing with us again.
Thank you for having me. I missed you guys so much.
Oh my gosh, I missed you so much.
Bringing the wonderful parental energy that we so desperately needed in this game.
Chaos parental energy.
Wonderful. Well done for surviving the terrifying amalgamation of various horror worlds. Well done for getting through. I hope it wasn't too bad or too spooky. But I also hope it was quite spooky. Good work, everybody, for getting through that as well. That was so much fun. Anyway, I've prattled on for long enough. Thank you again for joining us, anybody. Are there any last parting messages before we say good night? Or good day?
Oh, just a slight promo thing.
Yes.
So, wasn't really doing this group because it's taking too much time on the weekends, but so I'm in another one. You can go find me at twitch.tv/SheiFoxy. Is SHEIFOXY. I think I spelled that right. Then yeah, I play a character that is an old grandmother who lived through 3 to 13 wars at a time, and is just really likes guns and her giant dog named Bear. But go check us out. It's really cool. It's on Tuesday nights, so yeah.
Wonderful. Anybody else?
On Wednesdays, alternative Wednesdays, over here at Cromkim, I'm in Madame Curio's Bizarre Bazaar. I play
Oh!
the Red Sword, who is in fact a sword that got turned into a human. They are not handling it the best. Come check it out.
Sounds awesome.
Register to vote. Support your local libraries. Support the arts.
Register to vote. Forget all the other stuff. Go vote. Go vote. That's a big thing.
Vote.
And stay safe out there.
Yep.
Crazy, crazy world.
Mm-hmm.
Music. which unfortunately was not the most befitting of a survival horror game this time around. However, it is truly beautiful bits and boops that apply to most of everything else we do in this game. It is by Roll Music from the album The Black Dot, from Visture from the albums Songs from an Unmade World and Songs from an Unmade World 2, and Eric Skiff from the album Resistor Anthems. And those are all from the freemusicarchive.org under the attribution of CCBY. Thanks for the music. Alright, that's everything I got. Hope you all have a wonderful week. We'll be back next time for more adventures in Phantasria, in Awakened Pixels. Who else will get turned to candy? What other horrors will happen? What does a full-up, overflowing instability bar mean? You'll just have to find out by checking us out next time. Goodbye, everybody.
All right, bye.